Good evening. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to order. I am Harriet Drummond, acting chair, and let's begin with the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Ms. Gray-Jackson? Honored to be here. Mr. Birch?
Here.
Ms. Drummond?
Here.
Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Dr. Selkirk?
Here.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's see. Mr. Flynn, if you would lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I see the chamber is filled with firefighters. I'm very pleased to see you here. I'm not quite sure how we're supposed to proceed with the swearing-in ceremony. Mr. Mayor?
Sure, that would be great. They're going to line up here. You go ahead and say what you want to say, and I'll get them going.
Well, actually, the first step is for the firefighters to come forward and stand in front. Actually, they should stand in front of me.
Okay.
So I can administer the oath.
That's great.
Turn shoulders.
Come on, single file or too deep? There's a suggestion to go too deep. Tall in back, short in front. And if you all raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, your name, having completed all of the requirements placed upon me as a probationary firefighter, do solemnly swear that I will diligently discharge the duties of my position according to the laws, rules, and regulations governing the department, obey the lawful orders and directions of my superiors, conduct myself in a manner becoming of the public trust bestowed upon me, better try that again. Conduct myself in a manner becoming of the public trust bestowed upon me. Endeavor to contribute to the improvement of myself and the department, and serve the citizens and visitors of this community to the best of my ability. Congratulations. Now, you don't get to leave yet. We get a chance for a couple of remarks. We are, I believe, constantly reminded that amongst the most core functions of our city and our state government and our national government is public safety. And a huge part of that is fire safety and emergency medicine. And I know all of you come here having been through rigorous training, not just rigorous training in terms of the fire academy, but you've been through a probationary period at the fire department, and all of you have succeeded. And so it is a real honor to see all of you here tonight, supported by your family and friends, and all the firefighters that are available to be here to support you, to congratulate you and welcome you to a job that this community is pleased to have you working in, and we'll look forward to your many years of service for this community. So As the mayor of Anchorage today, I congratulate all of you, welcome you to working for the city, and look forward to your continued service, and thank you very much.
Let him go. Let him go. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. What a delightful way to begin a meeting. I really appreciate the work done by these folks, some of the hardest working people in the Anchorage municipality. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, are you there? Do you have any further remarks to make? Your report is first, sir.
I will just say again to every member of the public who voted in the election last Tuesday, congratulations on voting. And for those who did not vote, you should vote. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no minutes to approve tonight. As Assembly Chair, I just wanted to begin this meeting by apologizing to Ms. Osiander for an event that happened at the last meeting. Emotions were rather high during the discussion of the school district's budget, and things got a little out of control. And I apologize for losing my neutrality, and I hope you will allow me to continue to work at this office. Obviously, I have some work to do, so I appreciate your support, and the rest of the Assembly also. I apologize. I gave all of you a sexual assault awareness sticker. Last month, we approved a resolution setting April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Ms. Gray Jackson and I attended the ceremony in these chambers on April 2nd. The walls were festooned with T-shirts that are going to march around this town on Take Back the Night walk on Saturday, April 25th, which will begin at Peratrovich Park downtown. So watch for more information on when that begins, and I plan to be there. Okay, committee reports. Let's start at the other end. Ms. Johnson.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A brief diversion. I'd like to report on AMATS, and in a roundabout way. As you know, Dr. Selkirk and I have been serving on AMATS together for about a year now, and in that capacity, I've had the opportunity to get to know Gordon Keith, who is the Central Region Director for the Alaska Department of Transportation. And that relationship came into play for me yesterday. As you are aware, there's a closure of the Whittier Access Road south of Anchorage, and I called Mr. Keith to let him know that, as my capacity as a railroad official, we would be running a passenger service to help people who are stranded in Whittier or who need to get into Whittier. Not to ask for anything, just to tell them what we were doing. Mr. Keith called me today to offer DOT's financial support of that effort, since we're certainly not making money at it. And starting tomorrow, we'll have free service into Whittier. There's a couple of sort of lessons I think the people of Anchorage can take away from that. The first is, you know, when I attend Whittier Chamber of Commerce meetings from time to time, at least 2/3 of the membership are Anchorage residents. They're people who pay taxes and send their kids to school in our community. And so as we support communities outside of the municipality of Anchorage, we support ourselves. And the second thing is, by working together, we can make things better for our community. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. It's good to hear of agencies working together that way. Ms. Osiander.
The Assembly's Title 21 Committee considered the wind tower ordinance, and we spent a fair amount of time looking at the specifics in that proposed ordinance and had some serious concerns about the sections regarding the tower placement in residential neighborhoods. We also had some discussion about a future Regulatory Commission of Alaska hearing, which will deal with the subject that is specifically discussed in the ordinance. Because of those unresolved issues, the Title 21 Committee unanimously is recommending that that ordinance be tabled indefinitely and that a new ordinance comes back to us once some of those issues are resolved. I report that to you because the public hearing for that will be coming up soon, and I know there are some people in the municipality who are following this issue. The other thing I wanted to report is the first section of Chapter 7, which is the design standards section, will be introduced at our next meeting, and we do have a committee substitute version which should also be included in the introduction. There'll be just some minor amendments, but basically we feel we have a good product to present to you. The second segment of Chapter 7 has begun, and discussions are ongoing. So if anyone would like to attend, we continue to meet Thursday mornings from 9:30 to 11:30 at the Planning Department Conference Room. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selkirk.
The Community and Economic Development Committee won't be meeting next week. The meeting will be postponed to the last Wednesday of this month. And at that time, we're going to be beginning to talk about a new work group that's going to be formed that's going to focus on health and the environment in the community. And so I look forward to that new group being rolled out and keeping you informed of what they share with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coffin?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Birch.
I would just simply report that I was thrilled and honored earlier today to present the Assembly resolution supporting OCS, that'd be Outer Continental Shelf lease sales and oil exploration, to Secretary Salazar's hearing that's being held here in Anchorage, and I think their testimony is still being taken. Written comments are to be taken through September, but Anchorage truly is a community that embraces resource development and oil and gas development. If you have to look no farther than Cook Inlet with our 15-some platforms operating out there. I'm also reminded the importance of the committees that this Assembly has been working on the economic and development side with respect to finding new energy resources, and I look forward to the progress that we're going to be making with that here in the months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee met with the CFO and OMB Director twice on March 26th and then April 9th, and discussions were exactly what happened at the work session that was held on Friday with the body as a whole. The committee has not been able to review the investment reports at the committee level because, quite frankly, we get the reports and then there's not a committee meeting until weeks later, but I'm thinking about possibly holding special meetings just for this purpose. One of the goals in the work plan has and will continue to be to involve and work with the Budget Advisory Commission. As the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, I attend all of the Budget Advisory Commission meetings, and at the last meeting, the Commission committed to having a member of the Commission attend the Budget and Finance Committee at each monthly meeting beginning with the next meeting, and I will have a place on every single agenda that will give the Budget Advisory Commission member, whoever attends, the opportunity to make comments and recommendations. The next meeting is scheduled for April 23rd at noon, City Hall, room 435. And I'd just like to make one more comment, Madam Chair. I heard there's some talk about increasing the number of members on the Budget and Finance Committee, and I think that's a really great idea because, quite frankly, for many, many years, the Budget Committee and the Legislative Committee were committees as a whole, and I personally would like to see that. And one last comment, Madam Chair. Adam K. Dare, who is a gifted student, and I was her mentor for several months, she has been staffing the Budget and Finance Committee and been doing a just absolutely fabulous job. She has learned a lot working with me. As a matter of fact, last Thursday I attended her presentation to her class, and her presentation was on the municipal budget, and I have to say she did almost as well as I do. She just did a simply tremendous job, and I wanted to publicly thank her for all that she's doing to help my committee along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a rather lengthy report, but I'll try to be as expeditious as possible. On Thursday, April 23rd, here in the Assembly Chambers, from 6 to 8 p.m., the Public Safety Committee will hear a proposal from the administration concerning bears in the city. We have a proposal before us tonight from Mr. Starr. I believe there's going to be a motion to postpone that. I don't know whether or not that will be successful. If it is, we will hear both of them concurrently, but this will be open to the public from 6 to 8 here in the Assembly Chamber, and we will look at both of those proposals. I want to, on that subject, take a moment to commend the administration. I was at the Great Alaska Sportsman Show a couple of weekends ago, and we had, I was walking through the Ben Boeke Arena, and was a booth from Parks and Recreation, and they had a very interesting bear activity. The kids could stop by and pick up a little card and go from booth to booth throughout the show, both in the Sullivan Arena and in Ben Boeke. Various booths had a placard displayed, bear awareness, and the kids could gather information and then go back to the parks booth and answer some questions, and if they answered well, they received a prize. And I thought that was a great opportunity to do some education and a fun little activity at the show for our young people, which a lot of folks attend every year. And so I just wanted to commend you on that. I thought that was a great program. Alcohol, another favorite topic. As you know, the committee that was put together by the industry at my request met again yesterday, and I think we had a very productive committee meeting. Participants included APD, the Downtown Partnership, CHAR, there were representatives from the Mayor's Public Safety Advisory Commission there, community councils, the Assembly, Ms. Gray Jackson and I were there, and others. And it was, as I said, a very productive meeting. The Anchorage Police Department presented some potential compromises to the proposal that's out there that the industry didn't object to, and I think we're working closer to getting some kind of consensus. Some of the things proposed were stiff monetary penalties for establishments that are in the program that are caught selling after hours, and the industry didn't object to that. No in and out for patrons at establishments that are participating. Once you're out, unless there is some sort of public safety need, somebody's life is in danger, their health is in danger, then of course we're going to let them back into the establishment. Also, fees were proposed for being in the program that would help pay for 2 police officers dedicated to that bar break detailing. The industry didn't object to that either. I also want to take a moment to commend our staff. Jacqueline Duke, I asked Jacqueline to do some research on this issue, and Madam Chair, she did a tremendous amount of work and brought a lot of very interesting information to light, and so I want to thank our staff for working very hard on this issue. I've asked the representatives from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board and APD to talk to their counterparts in the states of Arizona and Pennsylvania who have programs that are similar to the proposed soft closing, we're calling it here in Anchorage, to get their input and see how it's working in those places. There's a lot of work left to be done, but I actually expect that we're probably going to have a product that's available for some assembly action sometime this summer. I think the folks who are working on this are working very hard. And again, the industry, the Downtown Partnership, the councils, APD, all the other partners who are working on this are to be commended because everyone, I think, is doing a lot of hard work on this. On another topic, it's come to my attention that there may be some funding issues out in the future for our wildland fire mitigation efforts. Those may be in jeopardy in the next several years, and I think this should be a big concern to every one of us in every part of town. If you recall the potential disaster that was averted last year when we had a fire that started in a homeless camp in the Tudor area, which we really dodged a bullet on that one. I will be asking the fire department to comment on this topic in May before the Public Safety Committee. And lastly, the Crime Lab Tour. We've set a date for the Crime Lab Tour. Assembly members are welcome to join us on Friday, April 24th at 9 a.m. I know we have work sessions on that day, but we should be able to get in and out of the crime lab, see what's going on there. Any assembly member who wishes to attend, please give me a call. We'll work out the details. But you are all invited to join us at the crime lab, 9 a.m., Friday, April 24th. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. There's some questions for you. Dr. Selkirk?
I'm curious about the bear ordinance. I know we've had one public hearing, and I understand that there's a draft coming from the administration, and I'm wondering, was there a summary of comments based on the first one that have been integrated into the ordinance? In other words, how are these public hearings relating to the actual drafting of the ordinance? And
the S version that's coming from the administration, I can't speak to. I think if you'd like, Ms. Handyside can probably try to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for any of the committee members?
I'm waiting for the
sorry.
answer to my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I did not collect.
Well, I'm just curious. We've held a public hearing, and now we're going to hold another public hearing, and I'm just wondering if there's any relationship to the public testimony and the drafting of the ordinance that's coming from the municipality. I mean, it's my understanding. Is there one drafted already?
There is. It would be 13H1 in your packet. It's an S version.
Right.
And it's based mostly upon the discussions between the administration and members of U.S. Fishing or Alaska State Fish and Game and some of the other agencies who respond to bears, Rick Sinnott.
Right.
So that was what I was basing mine on, the technical experts. But I was not present at the meeting where the public testimony was taken.
Well,
I'm not sure that there were notes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a connection between the public testimony and actually having any impact on the resolution. Because if there isn't, I think that we should tell the public that they're just I think we should be very careful about how we do this.
Well, the public testimony, Dr. Selkirk, that we took on the bear issue was not on any specific proposal. That was done before Mr. Starr came forward with his proposed resolution. And we had, just to talk about the issue, we had a meeting here one evening, and the testimony, as I recall, about 50 people came out and testified, and it was pretty evenly split between the notions of we need to get out and do something about the bears, i.e., thin the herd, kill a few of them, kill them all, or we need to just be use a little more common sense when we go out in the woods. So it was split 50-50 along those lines. I guess you could say that the varying proposals were based on those comments, one on one side, one perhaps a little more on the other.
So is the public hearing going to be on both?
That depends on what happens tonight. That's what happens. Depends on what happens tonight.
Confused. Okay, thank you.
If we were to postpone the resolution that's out there tonight, it would be my intent to have both of them at this public meeting. We are scheduled to have a work session the next day, which is a Friday, and then deal with it the following Tuesday, which is our meeting of the 28th of April.
And so we would actually be willing to integrate comments from the public into the thing. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey, you have some comments.
Thank you. Folks, I just wanted to note two things. We got with 9E5, we got a map that none of us could read. Now we have a map we can all read, and I thank Mr. Hansen for that. And then on 11B, in order to avoid some concerns when we talk about the AIM, I asked that the administration provide all the letters that have been exchanged between IBEW and the administration back and forth on the AIM. It's 11B. So it was just
And have you received those now, Mr.
Yes,
Coffey?
we've got them here. Thank you.
Okay.
So I appreciate that, and I just wanted everybody to know they had come. They don't have any special markings on them, so I just wanted everybody to know they were here. Thank you. Now Jackie has another map of something. Thank you.
What is this? 13G. Okay. The map goes with 13G, item 13G. Okay.
So.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information. It will help us work our way through this very lengthy agenda tonight. Folks, we have, before we proceed to incorporate addendum and laid on the table items to the agenda, we have a very long agenda tonight. We have 2 items of old business and unfinished action on public hearing. We have 15 continued public hearings and 11 new public hearings. We have 2 appearance requests. We have people in the audience who I know want to speak on some budget issues later on in the evening. And I would really appreciate it if we could get through the consent agenda items by 6 or 6:15 at the latest. Otherwise, I will move them to the back of the agenda, and we'll need to proceed at a rapid clip through all these public hearings. So let's incorporate, let's see, the addendum to the agenda.
Move to incorporate.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And we have laid on the table items. We'll do those after the addendum agenda items. Item 9A3 on the consent agenda, resolutions for action, resolution number AR 2009-104, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting local celebration of National Week of the Young Child, brought forward by Assemblymember Osiander. Item 9B8, resolutions for action, resolution AR 2009-102, a resolution supporting the governor and the 26th legislature in working to identify and implement the best possible solutions for generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity in the rail belt, brought forward by Assembly Members Coffey and Flynn. Item 9D8 under new business, Assembly Memorandum AM 214-2009, Captain Chuck's Fish and Chips, Restaurant Eating Place Liquor License. That's in the Airport Heights Community Council, brought forward by the Clerk's Office. Item 9D9, Assembly Memorandum AM 215-2009, Twin Dragon number 733, transfer of ownership of a Restaurant Eating Place Liquor License, Fairview Community Council, brought by the Clerk's Office. Item 9D10, Assembly Memorandum AM 216-2009, Chinatown number 3836, transfer of a Restaurant Eating Place Liquor License and application for a restaurant designation permit, Government Hill Community Council, Clerk's Office. Item 9D11, Assembly Memorandum number AM 217-2009, Cheapo's Mexican Restaurant 3765, restaurant designation permit for a beverage dispensary liquor license, Eagle River Community Council, Clerk's Office. Item 9D12, Assembly Memorandum AM 219-2009, Amendment Number 2 to Professional Services Contract with Professional and Technical Services Incorporated, PTS, for West 100th Avenue reconstruction, upgrade, Point Resolution Drive to Victor Road, project number 05-20 for $195,000 through Project Management and Engineering. Item 9D13, Assembly Memorandum AM 220-2009, Proprietary Services Contract with Image Trend Incorporated to provide software implementation and hosting services for an electronic patient care reporting system for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department, $80,100 through purchasing. Item 9E7, Information Memorandum Number AIM 41-2009, February 2009 Financial Reports, Office of Management and Budget. Item 9F9, Ordinances and Resolutions for Introduction. Resolution AR 2009-98, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $34,225,000 of general obligation bond proceeds to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Program, CIP Fund 441, to pay the costs of road and storm drainage capital improvements project, Office of Management and Budget, to be set for public hearing on the 28th of this month, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 221-2009. Item 9F10, Resolution AR 2009-99, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,800,000 of general obligation bond proceeds to the Anchorage Fire Service Area Capital Improvement Program, CIP, Fund 431, to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvement projects, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing to be set on April 28, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 222-2009. Item 9F11, Resolution AR 2009-100, a resolution of the municipality appropriating $700,000 of general obligation bond proceeds to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Program Fund 401 to pay the costs of public safety capital improvement projects and appropriating $600,000 of general obligation bond proceeds to the Public Transportation CIP Fund 485 to pay the costs of public transportation capital improvement projects, Office of Management and Budget, public hearing to be set for April 28, 2009. That's a bond issue that we won't know for a few more days how the vote goes on that one, but it needs to be introduced tonight in order to be heard later on this month. That is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 223-2009. Item 9F12, Ordinance AO 2009-49, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 23.10 and Anchorage Code of Regulations Chapter 21.20 to allow waiver of permit fees, plan review fees, and land use permit fees for improvements to deteriorated property and property in a deteriorated area, brought forward by Assembly Members Flynn and Birch, to be set for public hearing on the 28th of April. Item 9F11, Ordinance AO 2009-50, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code Chapter 2.60, Office of the Ombudsman. Assembly Members Osiander and Drummond, public hearing April 28, 2009. Continued public hearings, Item 13H, Item 1, Resolution AR 2008-253, S version, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting specific wildlife public safety policies for implementation by the administration and authorizing the allocation of municipal resources to ensure the safety of Anchorage citizens, brought by the Mayor's Office. This is the S version that Mr. Gutierrez referred to a few minutes ago. That is the addendum. The laid on the table items this evening, item 9F14 on the consent agenda, items for introduction. Ordinance AO 2009-53, an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the Municipality of Anchorage general government for fiscal year 2009, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing to be set for April 28, 2009. Accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 234-2009. These items were just delivered to us a few minutes ago. Item 9F15, Ordinance AO 2009-54, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2009, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing to be set on April 28, 2009. Item 9F16, Resolution Number AR 2009-109, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2009 General Government Operating Budget, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing April 28, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 233-2009. And finally, new public hearings, Section 14, Item F2, Ordinance Number AO 2009-35, S version, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 23.10, governing building permits, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 23.15.H.101.3, governing sign permits to clarify code compliance of enforcement after work is completed in accordance with approved plans and specifications, brought forward by Assembly Vice Chair Coffey and Assembly Member Selcraig. Whew. That was a bunch of reading. Okay, these items have been moved. Any objection to incorporation? Seeing no objection, these items are incorporated into the agenda. All right. Okay, I just need a minute here. +3. Okay, go ahead. Let's start at the right end. Mr. Starr, items to pull?
No items.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We moved it.
Now you need a motion to approve.
Okay. I need a motion to approve the agenda as incorporated. Okay. Any objection to, let's pull some items first before we approve the consent agenda. All right. Go ahead. Mr. Starr.
No items.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
A2, Madam Chair, 9A2.
Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Birch.
No items.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I have some for housekeeping. Okay, let's start with 9B5 on the main agenda for purposes of declaring a conflict.
Okay.
9E1 for purposes of combining it with item 12 under appearance requests.
9E1. That was 9E1.
9E9.
Hold on. Okay.
9F1 for purposes of setting the public hearing. 9F2 for purposes of resetting the public hearing. On the addendum, items 9F 12 and 9F13 on the addendum, again for purposes of setting the public hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. I will repeat those in a few minutes and make sure I got them all. Okay, Dr. Selkirk. Microphone, please.
I'm not sure if I heard Mr. Gutierrez correctly. Did he say 9E2?
No, I said 9 Alpha 1.
Okay.
Or Alpha 2, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'd like to pull 9E2.
9E, Echo 2.
2, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. That's it? Okay. Ms. Osiander.
On the regular agenda, 9 Bravo 6, 9 Bravo 7, and on the addendum, 9 Alpha 3.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey, question? Okay. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just note that the body is getting closer to becoming $10 richer and me $90 lighter. Nothing to pull.
Would you repeat the challenge, please?
On the day we have no items pulled from the consent agenda, each member will receive $10 from yours truly.
Oh, okay. We have to work harder on that, folks.
Madam Chair, I
Okay.
think we need to send that to the Ethics Committee.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
sure
We
that's
can do
right.
that. We can do
I
that.
wanted to make a similar statement. I refuse to be bought off.
Okay.
And it's going to cost more than $10.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Ms. Johnston, any items to pull?
No items, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see if we got him clear. Mr. Gutierrez pulled item 9A2. Mr. Coffey pulled 9 Bravo 5 to declare a conflict of interest. Ms. Osiander pulled 9 Bravo 6 and 9 Bravo 7. I'm on the regular agenda. 9E1. Mr. Coffey pulled that one to combine with appearance requests. Appearance request 12B. Okay. Would you like to have Dr. Kimura work on it during appearance requests if he's in the
Dr.
audience?
Kimura would be here early, then we could do him during the consent agenda, but
Okay,
if not, we'd
he's
like-
here. Great.
Well,
So
good.
we can
We'll do it when it comes up.
We'll deal with him then. Great. And Dr. Selkirk pulled 9E2. Mr. Coffey pulled 9F as in Frank 1 and F as in Frank 2. And from the addendum, Ms. Osiander pulled 9A3. Do we have them all?
No.
What did I miss? Thank you. F9, F12, and 13 in order to reset the public hearing. Okay, very good.
Where was that?
Did I miss anything? Okay, if not, the consent agenda is as amended. Is there any objection to passing the consent agenda unanimously? Seeing none, that item has passed. Have we appointed anybody tonight? I don't think so. Okay. All right. First item. Mr. Gutierrez, you pulled item 9A2.
Move to approve.
Resolution AR 2009-96, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly for enacting Mayor Clayman in recognition and celebration of the great success of the University of Alaska Anchorage 2008-09 women's basketball team. Any objection? Seeing none, that item passes.
Madam Chair,
Are we
I'll be
here?
reading. I'm not sure who's presenting.
Okay.
Ms. Johnston is presenting.
Ms. Johnson? Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly enacting Mayor Matt Clayman in recognition and celebration of the great success of the University of Alaska Anchorage 2008-2009 women's basketball team. Whereas in March of 2009...
Just hold on a
Well,
minute.
wait.
Hold on a minute,
Let them come
Mr.
forward.
Gutierrez.
Come up.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you are here. Please come forward, members of the basketball team.
Whereas in March of 2009, the University of Alaska Anchorage women's basketball team represented the West region in the Elite Eight NCAA Division II National Championship Tournament in San Antonio, Texas, And whereas this is the second consecutive year that the Seawolves women's basketball team has advanced to the semifinal round of the NCAA Division II tournament, and whereas the team tied for the 2008-2009 Great Northwest Athletic Conference regular season title and won the West Regional Championship outright, and whereas the women's team finished with the best record in school history at 31 wins and 4 losses, and whereas the Seawolves attained the first #1 ranking in their women's basketball history and reeled off an amazing 22-game winning streak, and whereas the Seawolves earned their 3rd straight Great Alaska Shootout title with victories over NCAA Division I programs Cal State Northridge and Syracuse, and whereas these fine student athletes are committed to academic success, and whereas the hard work, dedication, wonderful skills, and great success of UAA's women's basketball team and its coaches have made Anchorage and the state of Alaska proud. Now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Municipal Assembly and Mayor Matt Clayman recognize and celebrate the great accomplishments of the University of Alaska Anchorage 2008-2009 women's basketball team.
Who's the captain? Anybody like to say something?
Thank you very much, Lady Seawolves. If any of you had any comments, we would be more than happy to hear them. But I understand it. School's over. This is finals week, so get to work. Back to work. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I'm sorry. We passed over on the consent agenda to the folks in the audience. Under new business, item 9D1, we passed by unanimous consent Assembly Memorandum AM 2007-2009, the 2009 grant to Arc of Anchorage for the purpose of offering day habilitation and recreation classes to adults who experience developmental disabilities in the amount of $98,000. That's through the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm sorry, I was just alerted to the fact that you were all here to speak to that issue. It was not a public hearing item, but I can see you came prepared in case that grant was going to be reduced. Thank you very much for all the work that you do. If any of you wants to make a comment, just briefly, I would welcome that, and then you're free to go unless you want to stick with us through this long and arduous meeting.
Thank you very much, Assembly members. Thank you for passing that. We just wanted to come and show our support for the...
All right, identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Gwen Lee, the Executive Director for the Arc of Anchorage. I apologize.
Thank you.
We want to thank you for the support and the partnership that the city has had with the Arc for over 20 some odd years. We were trying to figure out, the Arc's been around longer than Alaska has been a state. 1957, and when the families decided they needed to create an opportunity for their sons and daughters to stay in this great state, one of the things they created was the Arctic Resource Center on some land that eventually became Mental Health Trust lands. So the people here represent stories, and I won't go into detail, just thank you for the partnership and the opportunity. We're a one-of-a-kind little center, and we serve people beyond the participants who come to the Arc. We serve people from the Eagle River, Chugiak, the other sister agencies that we partner with in the nonprofit world. Thank you very much. Come for a tour anytime.
Thank you very much. And keep those folks. I appreciate that you call at least my house on a regular basis looking for donations. And your number is on my wall, and my garage is crying for cleaning, and I will be calling you shortly. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, next item. Mr. Coffey says he has a conflict. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me. Move to approve.
Second.
9A3. Resolution AR 2009-104, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting local celebration of National Week of the Young Child. Ms. Hosiander.
I'd like to first ask if there was anybody in the audience to accept this resolution on the National Week of the Young Child. Good, she's here.
Great.
All right. I'm going to be reading, and Mr. Flynn will be presenting.
Is there a motion?
The motion was, did the motion approved? I move to approve it.
Okay, can we have a second? Okay.
Mr. Flynn seconded.
Okay, any objection to passage of this item? Seeing none, that item is unanimously approved.
All right.
Go ahead.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting local celebration of National Week of the Young Child. Whereas Week of the Young Child, designated as April 19th through 25th, 2009, is an opportunity for early childhood programs, Head Start programs, preschools, and elementary schools across the country to hold activities to bring awareness to the needs of young children. And whereas Week of the Young Child is sponsored locally by the Anchorage Association for the Education of Young Children. And whereas the Week of the Young Child is a time to recognize the importance of early learning and early literacy, and to celebrate the teachers and policies that bring early childhood education to young children. And whereas the Anchorage Association for the Education of Young Children is sponsoring community awareness activities to promote high-quality education and care for Anchorage's young children, to identify simple ideas for fun ways families can support early learning at home, thank teachers and connect families with young children to groups that offer services to young children and families, and to ensure that public policies support early learning for all young children. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly appreciates sponsorship of community awareness activities by the Anchorage Association for the Education of Young Children, and joins in the celebration of the National Week of the Young Child, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this day.
My name is Lindsay Wheelis. I'm the chair of the Week of the Young Child Committee for the Anchorage Association for the Education of Young Children. And on behalf of our association, I just wanted to extend my thanks to the Anchorage Assembly for their resolution in support of Week of the Young Child, and encourage you guys that have kids to bring them to our kickoff event this Saturday from 11 to 2 at Anchorage City Church. And we look forward to your continued support as we try to raise up our future generation and give them the best possible start for a good future for Anchorage and the state of Alaska.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Could you describe for people who are watching what type of activities they might see if they go to your event, and repeat one more time when and where the event is?
Sure. At the event, there are going to be an assortment of free, hands-on, fun activities for children, things that include sensory play, like washing baby dolls, open-ended art activities like collage and using recycled materials to make art products, some large motor activities, scoops and balls, parachute play, and some literacy and math and science activities as well. And that is this Saturday, April 18th from 11 to 2 at Anchorage City Church.
And can you give the address for that
It's
place?
1301 West 100th Avenue. It's at the curve on Minnesota where it turns into O'Malley at 100th Avenue where it intersects.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay, next item, Mr. Coffey.
9B5.
Okay, 9B5. Motion would be in order.
Yeah, I don't want to move because of a conflict. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
I put it in my questions and comments, but I want to make sure that there's not a conflict here. The part of the work in this deal is for the paving and the rehabilitation of the parking lot at the Chester Creek Sports Complex, which includes the Sullivan Arena. We all know the Aces play there. I think this is an overabundance of caution. I have no interest in the parking lot. I have no interest in the Sullivan, but I have an interest in a hockey team that plays there. So whether or not I have a conflict or not is up to you, Madam
I
Chair.
don't think so. I don't think
I
so,
don't
Mr.
either, but
Coffey.
I wanted to
Okay.
ask.
It's been moved and seconded. Let me just run this down briefly. It's Resolution AR 2009-91, a reimbursable grant agreement, appropriation of $100,000 for the Chester Creek Sports Complex parking and vehicle access improvements and facilities upgrades, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 196-2009. Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing none, that item is approved unanimously. Next item, 9B6. Ms. Osiander, you pulled this one?
Second.
I had some questions that weren't really answered when I submitted them earlier, so I wanted to ask them again.
Okay, let me read the resolution so people know what we're talking about. AR 2009-94, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving the platting and vacation fees required by Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulation Section AMCR 21.20.003 for the property located at 7305 Old Seward Highway, also known as Mexico and Alaska. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
My concern primarily is what impact, since I've been told this is a fairly negligible amount of money, what impact it might have. So I have two questions. One, I'd like to know, I guess three. I'd like to know how many cases are similar to this one that might be in queue. So if we waive this one, we're going to have other people asking for the same thing. Or alternatively, how many of these we've dealt with in the past. Both of those, I think, would be relevant. I'd also like to know roughly the amount of money that we're talking about here. Ms. Gray Jackson told me it was $1,200, so if somebody could confirm that, I'd appreciate it. I guess that's the main thing. How many in the past, how many in the future, and what the dollar amount is.
Okay. Ms. Handyside?
To Mr. Reeves, he responded to this question earlier from Ms. Osiander.
No, I'm sorry. All Mr. Reeves said is that it's a decision of the Assembly, and it's not particularly the same as the Samoan Methodist Church. I read his report, and those were not the questions I asked.
Well, I think that his response also included that it was difficult to tell how many, what type of queue there might be.
Right, but I assume that the people in that department might know.
Ms. Gray Jackson, you want to
Thank you,
speak
Madam
to your
Chair.
issue? Thank you.
I can't speak of too many others, but I can speak about one which we approved November 18th of '08, and that was for Credit Union 1 in Mountain View. We approved waiving the platting fees for that facility. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Osiander?
Well, I'm still waiting for an answer.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, do you know?
Madam Chair, Ms. Osiander, the Assembly has the authority to waive the fees. This issue came up about 6 months ago when there's interest in waiving the fees for Credit Union 1 in Mountain View with their development at that location.
I understand that.
Relative to the case of Mexico, Alaska, the fees that would normally be applied would be between $7,000 to $8,000.
Oh, it's not 1,200, it's 7,000 to 8,000?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Nelson, I know that this isn't your specific area. Mr. Weaver isn't here right now. But do you have any clue, based on the fact that you've been in this department a long time, if we've ever dealt historically with something similar to her particular problem, and if there's a queue of other properties that may be in a similar situation? Do you have any knowledge about that?
No. I'm sorry to say that. I anticipate there may possibly be, because these are basically old easements, rights of way that were established by Bureau of Land Management a long time ago. And so they were excessive. There are instances, there's some in Eagle River along the Old Glen Highway where sometimes the right-of-way take was excessive to what our current need
Well,
was.
actually, that's what caused me to read this more closely, is because I know that there are a fair number of the older BLM lots, particularly on the right-of-way issue, that may be impacted. And it causes me some concern, but thank you, sir.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Nelson. We have some questions. I'm not sure if they're for you or for the maker of the resolution, Dr. Selcraig, and then Ms. Gray Jackson.
I think this is for the administration as well. It seems to me that this could set a precedence, and I guess what I'm wondering from a municipal perspective, I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, basically. Actually, I like Mexico and Alaska. I eat there. I like these people. They're wonderful people. But the question is that why in this location and not in other locations? And if we're going to do this on a regular basis, what's our criteria for it? So I guess and it seemed to me the credit union in Mountain View, the reason I was interested in supporting it is because it's really important to have a bank in Mountain View. Mm-hmm. And it was an incentive to bring the bank there. So I think that's, that was the reason that I thought that worked. And that and that's done often to kind of attract the kinds of businesses that you want, is that you work with them. So I'm just wondering, I'm apprehensive about doing this if I don't understand what the implications are to other similar properties out there, and whether we're creating something that's going to ultimately be very expensive for us.
Okay, Ms. Gray Jackson.
I was asking the administration.
Oh, okay.
And I'd be glad to hear
I'm
from
sorry.
them.
I apologize. Mr. Abbott is in the queue to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Selcraig. The issue of whether it sets a precedent, I guess, is up to the Assembly to decide. We've denied this request to waive fees administratively. So from the administration's point of view, we don't have a recommendation on whether or not you waive the fees or not. We agree this is a relatively unique situation. There may be others, but they're very unusual. And if another applicant came forward with a similar set of circumstances, we would again deny them based on the code language that exists right now, and then suggest that if they thought they should be treated in the same way that this applicant might be treated, that they appeal to the Assembly directly. We recognize these are unique circumstances, and we recognize the property owner didn't necessarily bring this on themselves, et cetera. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's no work and no cost to the municipality associated with this work, which is why we have not waived the fees. So it might set a precedent, and that would be up to you all to determine whether you're comfortable or not with that.
Well, I guess I'm wondering how unique it is. Is it, how often do we see, and that's my issue, is what's the likelihood of other properties out there that are, maybe what we should just do is postpone this until we have some idea of what the implications are to other properties. And if we need a code change for specific problems like this and some sort of review process, it seems like we ought to have some criteria for doing this.
Okay, I've got Ms. Gray Jackson. I've got 5 people in the queue. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to waste a whole lot of time on this because we have a very large agenda. So if you would indulge me for a moment, I'd like to ask Ms. Bell and Kyle to come up to the podium to state why they think this is a unique situation. And while they're walking up to the podium, I just want to say that my legislative aide and I spent a whole lot of time on this issue, and we worked with some folks in the administration to help us craft the resolution the way it needed it to be crafted. And with that said, Ms. Bell and Kyle.
Yes, if you'd introduce yourselves, please.
My name is Kyle Brown.
Maria Elena Ball.
Okay, welcome.
I've been working on this for some year and a half. She was pursued by ADOT to take that right away, to make her move her sign and to cease parking on her parking lot. The results of this would be, I mean, if she had found this out at a property sale, she would have lost, and I guess still would be subject to losing probably half or more of the value of her property. This was not her doing, and the statute or the ordinance or whatever it is, the municipal rule about vacating right-of-ways like this is for the purpose of a gain for the property owner, showing that there is no further use for a right-of-way that is legitimately in place and that they're trying to vacate for their own gain. This is not the case here. So really it's a case of her having been harmed for whatever reason. It was not intentional, but the truth is, I mean, she would sustain substantial harm if this is not done. And really the result is, if there's others, and I think it took me against everybody's advice that it wasn't possible. I mean, it took me quite a long time and pursuing a lot of legal research. So I wouldn't say that it's very common, but absent that, if it becomes more common, I'd go look for people and the city would have a class action suit. So I don't know, you know, I mean, that's.
Thank you, sir. Let me see if we have some questions for you. Ms. Osiander?
No, I want to speak.
Okay, fine. And Dr. Selcraig?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate the explanation. Stay in the neighborhood. Okay. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I have and as Mr. Starr, for about the past year and a half, been talking to residents along the Old Glen Highway from the North Birchwood Loop up through Peters Creek. A lot of them purchased what they thought was property that is now, the DOT is now claiming was not a bona fide easement. There are parking lots that are going to be taken. There are signs that are going to be taken. There are septic system leach fields that are in jeopardy. there are some public buildings there that the right-of-way department is not very flexible. The state right-of-way department is not very flexible. I am extremely sympathetic and have talked to state legislators about trying to get an upfront, trying to think of the right wording, ability to grant an exception to the right-of-way, and they've basically told us they're only going to do that after the fact. So they're going to demand that people remove these signs and the intrusions, and then possibly they'll give you an exemption after the project is done. The only exception I've gotten so far is the Chugiak Volunteer Fire Station at Latimer. So yes, I'd be happy to talk. I don't think that we should do this. I'm going to be voting no. If we do approve it, I plan to bring forward all of those property owners' issues along the Old Glen Highway. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig.
Well, I'm concerned because these are actions taken by public bodies that are injurious to property owners, and we've got so I mean, it's kind of a bind here in that I'm actually comfortable also dealing with the Eagle River properties. Then, I mean, and it seems to me we do need to maybe work on some legislation at a state level that addresses this and bring it about next year. So I guess. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm always discerning up here. I'm going to vote for this because I think it's the right thing to do, and then I'm actually going to work with you, Debbie, to resolve those properties along Eagle River. I mean, the fact is that there is this responsibility, I think, for governmental agencies not to do things that are strikingly expensive to people's properties when people have no control over it. And I think that's the situation the state's created for us. So anyhow, I plan to support this, but I also think we ought to follow up on it and come up with a strategy that ensures that that this sort of thing isn't injuring people.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Coffey.
I read it and reread it, and it appears that as a result of actions of the applicant, actions of the Alaska Supreme Court, actions of Alaska Department of Transportation, this petitioner, this business owner has a difficult circumstance that she's facing. My problem is sort of what's been expressed so far. Near as I can tell, the municipality of Anchorage had nothing to do with any of these circumstances as they exist. And I worry about Ms. Osiander in times of financial shortfalls bringing the Glen Highway into Anchorage and the property owners along it. I would therefore support the idea and the concept of the municipality helping by agreeing to waiver of 1/2 of the required fees. And if that appeals to anyone, that might be a more reasonable way to go. I also don't understand why it would be that the title company involved here might not have some obligations and so on down the line. So I'm not going to make that motion unless others think it has some support. But the problem is what we do in way of establishing it. Final comment is this. When there is a public benefit associated with waiver, as there was with the credit union and the desirability of a bank in Mountain View, that causes me no problem. We're giving up money for the city to achieve a public goal and objective. This is sort of, we feel bad because of what the state and the Supreme Court did to this business owner. I don't get the public benefit aspect like I did with the credit union. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I've got 5 people. Mr. Flynn, followed by Mr. Starr.
Real quickly, Madam Chair. In Mr. Brown's email to us last week, he noted that that all parties, state and municipalities specifically, agree the right-of-way easement was placed in error. Could someone from the administration affirm that to be the case or refute it?
I don't think there's anyone here that can affirm that tonight, Mr. Flynn.
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr, followed by Ms. Johnston.
Yeah, with Mr. Flynn's comments, I zeroed in on lines 15 and 16 of how this is written, and the assumptions are there, and taken it pretty far. I met with Commissioner Von Schaben over the same topic out in our area last year, and they're of the firm belief that PLO is enforceable, and they really are pressed in their rights. And so to open this Pandora's box of waiving the fees, we're going to set a precedent that will be put in the determination this assembly body of this request again and again and again. And I think it's definitely a principal issue on whether PLO zoning is enforceable and that. But I think 15 and 16, if the state was here, would say 15 and 16 is not correct, meaning there is no error in the plat notes. They were firm with me when we brought the issue up with the Eklutna folks on the PLO enforcement over vast numbers of tracts. And so I'm not going to be supportive of the action. I think there may be needing to be some dialogue as we want to improve our road and infrastructures. But, you know, we're also seeing a large increase to permit fines and fees attached to another document tonight. And if we get in the middle of waiving and deciding at this body, we're going to do some inconsistencies. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Johnston, followed by Mr. Gutierrez.
I understand from Ms. Osiander that she is actually working with her legislator as far as working on this on a state basis. And I agreed with Dr. Selcraig when she said that we should look at this not as a one-time item, but look at it as far as all the cases where this is happening, including Eagle River. And I would prefer to postpone this and work on it in a more holistic way than on a one-by-one basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Gutierrez, followed by Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard some very good comments on this, and I appreciate Assembly members' thoughtfulness on this. I do think in this case that there is a public good. I think we have a well-established, locally owned small business, and yes, we are dealing with shortfalls of our own in municipal government, but at the same time, I think if we can do something, well, I don't think this is going to break their back and put them out of business, at least I would hope not. I think if we can right a wrong and at the same time keep a local business operating in the black, we ought to do that. To that extent, I think Mr. Coffey's suggestion of cutting the waiver in half has merit, and I would propose that at this time. I move that we cut the figure in half.
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Do you wish to, I have Dr. Selcraig and Ms. Gray Jackson. Do you wish to speak to the amendment? Okay, Dr. Selcraig, to the amendment? Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Let's vote on it. Let's vote.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
I'd just like to say when I had a conversation with Ms. Osiander earlier before the meeting, and she asked me what the fee was, and I told her it was $1,200, I need to say that that's what I thought it was. But with clarity from Mr. Nelson, it's $8,000. So the amendment would be, am I correct, Mr. Nelson, $8,000? Give or take? Okay, so the amendment would be whatever the fee is, cutting it in half, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. This gentleman who came up forward and spoke before, do you have something to offer on that, please?
On the fee.
Regarding the fee.
Yeah, the fee to vacate the right-of-way is $1,200, and the work for that has basically been done. That's the work that I did, the legal research that we presented to them. The rest of the money, I believe, is replatting, which is not necessary in this case. I believe is that as long as the right-of-way is vacated, whenever it's replatted in the future, that's the expensive part, and that really is not necessary. So I believe the $1,200.
No. Go ahead. I just have a question when you're done. That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead. Sir.
Okay.
Okay. So you believe
clear?
that $1,200 is the amount?
That's the requirement from talking with Mr. Weaver, and DOT did admit that they have no right to their right-of-way. I mean, that's clear to me, and we have written evidence to that effect. But the fee to vacate the right-of-way is $1,200, and that it would be cleared up whenever the property is replatted in the future, and the replatting is that additional cost.
The reason I wanted to ask the question is on the AR on line 27, it refers to the replat, and so that's what led us there. It's a big difference.
And I think that was something that escaped my attention, and I think that probably is the difference. If somehow that was corrected to where it was just the waiver of or vacation of the right-of-way, and it could be corrected whenever it's replatted in the future.
What if we amended this to say that the waiver would be for the vacation of the right-of-way to a maximum of $1,200?
I would be happy with that.
Could we?
I don't know that he knows.
I talked to Mr. Weaver this afternoon myself, anticipation this evening. If you vacate excess right-of-way, it has to be absorbed into the adjoining lot. That does require replat. And so the additional fees are really associated with the creation of a larger lot from the vacation of right-of-way. So you have a preliminary plat fee, you have a vacation, there's a final plat fee.
Okay. All right, let's, I think we need a brief moment here while we figure out what's going on.
Okay, I was just going to say, I have a letter in my document from Mr. Weaver that says quite the opposite, that says that you can vacate the thing and have it replatted later, and the replatting is the expensive part. I've got it in my...
Can we postpone this? Is it going to harm Ms. Ball's project to pave if we postpone this, get all the details straightened out between the departments, and then come back on the next meeting? Ms. Gray Jackson, would that work?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it will work for you, I have no problem postponing until the next meeting.
Dr. Selcraig.
I would also like a report from the administration in terms of what they would see as the implication of this to other properties, particularly properties in Eagle River that Ms. Osiander is addressing. In other words, if we had this kindness and approach to everyone, what it would mean.
Okay. And can all that information be gathered by the 21st, or would you rather have until the 12th of May?
Madam Chair, we can gather that information by the 21st.
By the 21st?
Yes.
I think so. And then we can deal with that swiftly on the 21st if we have all that information. Would that work? Okay.
Move
all
to
right.
postpone till 4/21/09 next meeting.
Second.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Thanks. Okay. Next item, 9 Bravo 7. Ms. Osiander, you pulled this one.
Move to approve.
Second.
Resolution AR 2009-95, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting action by the Alaska 26th Legislature to address the shortage of physicians in Alaska willing to treat senior citizens covered by Medicare.
Sure.
Can you, Madam Clerk, can you get us there? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander, go ahead. You pulled this one.
I'm passing out an amendment. I'm going to try to hopefully wait until it gets everybody sees it.
Thank you.
I think this is a very important topic, and it's one that is appropriate for us to address. I do, however, think that it's primarily a federal issue instead of a state issue. I also have some concerns, as I've stated before, about mentioning a particular piece of legislation because things change. So I want to support this, but I can do it a lot better if you turn to the resolution and you look at page 2, I would like to delete that reference to a specific bill and instead insert the words, whereas Alaska, because of its geographical isolation and size, faces severe shortages of medical care providers and high delivery costs. And then also at the end add a further clarification to the be it resolved to say that the Assembly urges the Legislature to petition the federal government to recognize and resolve the conflicts between the structure of the current Medicare program and Alaska's unique needs. So I'd like to move that amendment, if I could.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Does this meet with Ms. Gray Jackson's intent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to say this, but I didn't hear anything you said because I was busy dealing with something else. Sorry.
Did you get the written amendment, Ms. Gray Jackson? I just passed it down. Okay.
Okay. Oops. Give her a moment. Dr. Selcraig, you want to make a comment before Ms.
Well, I'm not sure.
Ms. Gray Jackson is
I actually, I generally don't think we should be supporting state legislation, but I agree that this is really an important issue. And I think what it really does is try to bring not only the feds to the table, but the state to the table. And, you know, health issues are being addressed across the country at both levels. And it's such a major issue. I guess I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable with the second portion of this amendment, which is the addition, the therefore whereas piece. It seems to me that we really do need to address this at a state level.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a regular basis, I have seniors come up to me and just ask me, what can you do? What can you do? My doctor no longer is going to service me. And it's a sad situation. And maybe none of us right now are in this boat, but some of you may be, and maybe soon. And it's a difficult situation, and we need to do something about it, and we need to do something now, and our legislature is doing something, and I think this body needs to support their efforts. Ms. Oceana, I appreciate your amendment, but I have to agree with Dr. Salcraig. I don't support the new paragraph. The first amendment is fine with me, but I don't support the new paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander. On your motion.
There's nothing in the resolution that speaks about the federal government at all that I could find. And I absolutely concur with Ms. Gray Jackson. This is critical. I have people talk to me about it all the time, too. I've already had, twice now I've talked to Senator Murkowski about this. She's very concerned and has been working to try to resolve the issue, and there's been some significant federal work to try to get some extra reimbursement or a different level of reimbursement for physicians for the state of Alaska. And I believe that that's really all that second paragraph says, is that the Medicare program has to recognize that we're not all the same and that we've got unique provider shortages and high costs. And so it has to be talked about there too. So basically what I'm proposing is twofold things: that the legislature address the shortage of physicians and that they petition the federal government to recognize we're unique. So I'm not getting rid of the resolve that's there. I'm implementing and adding to it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. I see what you're intending. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. So if you're adding that, I can support it. I thought you wanted to delete the other section, so I'm comfortable supporting this. Thank you.
No, is it now clear? Ms. Osiander's amendment deletes the paragraph at the top of page 2 and replaces it with the 3 lines on her amendment, and we add an additional further, be it further resolved, after now therefore be it resolved. That would go in line 14.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, that was not.
That's quite all right. Mr. Coffey.
You know, aside from the fact that it's tied to a specific House bill, which I have no knowledge of where it stands, what it's going to do, whether or not it's going to help, whether it's got any chance at all of passage or whatever, I could support this. But what we're being asked to do is support a specific House bill about which I know nothing. Does the $14,000 do it? Does the $20,000 do it? What happens here? And where is this bill? The problem with stating support for a specific piece of legislation is that we don't know much about the specific piece of legislation. The sentiment of asking them to address it is fine. So unless the reference to the bill is removed, I'm not interested.
Point of information.
I know.
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Madam Chair, that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's right.
That's what the amendment does. All right, the amendment, I'm going to rephrase it one more time. The amendment takes out that whereas at the top of the page that's a reference to the specific bill. It takes that out and instead puts a different whereas in. And that's the beginning that just talks about Alaska's unique needs.
Never mind.
Thank you, Debbie.
Okay.
Thanks, Debbie, for
Okay, Ms. Gray Jackson, a final comment on the amendment.
I was remarkably unclear with it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues.
Thank you. I would recommend that we approve this amendment. In the past, in my experience has been not to recommend support of a particular bill because those bills change, especially in the last few days of the legislative session. I recommend a yes vote on this item. Please vote. As amended. Excuse me, we're voting on the amendment as presented by Ms. Osiander. Let's just vote.
On the amendment.
Just easier, on the amendment.
Yes.
The amendment passes unanimously. Any objection to, a couple more people want to speak. Mr. Starr?
I just have a question. Does our lobbyists that we employ do anything with this to circulate the opinion, or where does it go after we do this?
Good
what happens
question.
next?
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Well, Madam Chair, it's not in any of the sections, but it's my hope that we could ask the clerk's office to make sure that it gets sent to the legislature tomorrow, because what is it, 2 more days of having sessions? But I can tell you that I keep track of bills, and there are a couple of bills on this issue, and they're moving through committee pretty fast.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, would you tell us what you do with these resolutions, please?
Tomorrow we will send it to every member of the legislature and to the governor.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Could we also send it to our lobbyist?
And to our lobbyist.
Thank you. And Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, Madam Chair, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And all comments ready? Okay, no more comments. Any objection to unanimous passage of this item? Seeing none, this item passes as amended. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, I think we need to do public appearances before 6:30.
Yes, we do. And the next item is, hold on a second. The next item happens to be item 9E1, which Mr. Coffey pulled to combine with the appearance request. So let's go to appearance request, and then we'll set those public hearings, and then we'll move on.
Then I'll make a
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Foster is first. Mr. Foster, are you here? Jim Foster, regarding the Big Wild Heart of Anchorage CPR initiative. You didn't bring the little dolls that I saw at the fire station.
have enough dolls in the assembly.
Oh, stop that. Thank you, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Tell us who you are.
3 minutes.
All right.
I'll make it quick. I'm here at Chair Harriet Drummond's request to make you aware of the Big Wild Heart of Anchorage. We have launched this initiative a year ago this month. And if you look at the handout that I provided there, it has the executive summary about what the initiative is about. Citizen CPR skills are really a civic duty. And it's easy to teach now. It takes us about 30 to 40 minutes to run a CPR course. And we have been providing these kits to community groups to provide us training opportunity to go over the CPR skill. The groups that we've gone to have been community councils. We've gone to the mayor's administrative staff. They've had the training. The municipal department heads have had the training. Some library staff has had the training. We're getting into the school district, and we're providing the training to, right now we've got a pilot program at Golden View Middle School for the 400 8th graders there, that they're going to be given these kits in the class, run through the training, and then given the homework assignment to take them home and train their parents and their siblings and bring back documentation who was trained. Now the goal is, if you look here, the bullet points, it's really straightforward. There's 175,000 cardiac arrests, sudden cardiac arrests that occur each year. That's outside the hospital. 80% of those occur in the home. So most cardiac arrests occur in the home. Citizen CPR makes a difference on the outcome of those events. It doubles, in some cases triples, the chance of survival for the individual. Okay, so that's a really important number. And the sad statistic is only 25% of people who need CPR receive any prior to the arrival of responders. That would be the fire department, the police department, first responders. So it means 75% of people get absolutely nothing while responders are on the way. So the goal is to increase citizen CPR training so more people will receive CPR prior to our arrival. And again, it will improve outcomes. It's a relatively inexpensive program. It's short, sweet, to the point. And I'm here just in my 3 minutes time to ask you to be aware that the Big Wild Heart of Anchorage is an initiative that's going on in our community. That as community leaders that you should be aware of it and that you would support it. And best of all, that you would schedule us to come present the initiative training to the group here soon.
Great. I have some questions for you. Mr. Gutierrez, then Mr. Birch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, if we go through your program, do you offer, is it a Red Cross certification that goes along with this?
There's no certification. This is not a carded course. This is the skill, the essence of the skill, and that's what it's all about. So that's all. We can provide that training for someone that has a need for a card, but this takes about 45 minutes, and the most important thing is that the individual that partakes can then perform CPR, and it's a program that's a Heart Association kit that a company called Laerdal produces.
Well, I definitely support the program, and Madam Chair, would love to have you at the Public Safety Committee.
Excellent.
Thank you.
In fact, we could have you come do a work session for the Assembly with one of these kits at some point in the future.
That's all I was going to ask for.
Okay.
I'd like to schedule it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selkirk. We'll work on that. Mr. Birch.
It's been some years since I've had my Red Cross training, but is it still a combination of breathing and then chest compression, or
it is now push hard, push fast. The Citizen CPR, there's a new initiative. It's called Hands Only CPR, which is compressions only. It gets away from the ventilations, which are important in the setting of someone that's had a choking incident or drowning, or children are involved. But for adult cardiac arrest, the most important thing are compressions. So really it's all about just push hard and push fast. That's CPR in its essence in this day and age, which really simplifies it from the old days when it was a 3 or 4 hour course that just went on and on and on. So it's much simpler and straightforward.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Flynn.
I just note we could do CPR training faster and we could have a consent agenda taken care of.
Sir?
That'd be great. Except it would take another 45 minutes to train us right now. It's not scheduled, so we will schedule it for a work session when we don't have a huge amount of items pending. Mr. Foster, thank you so much for coming. Is there a charge for these kits?
The kits cost on the order of $35 each, and the Anchorage firefighters have stepped up from day one a year ago and donated money to buy these kits, and we take them to community council meetings, as I said, and we give them to the attendees. The Anchorage Heart Institute has also donated money to our initiative. The biggest cardiology group in the state sees the importance of this. Providence Hospital donated 400 kits to the Golden View pilot program. So we've been acquiring donations through the community, through the medical community, as well as the Anchorage firefighters and the fire department to buy these kits, to provide them.
So if you go do this at a community council meeting, for example, where you can grab a bunch of citizens when they're there on a monthly meeting, is there a charge for the kit that you take to that council, or is it being funded by the fire department?
It's being funded by the donations that we have acquired through our nonprofit Norm Marshall Foundation. So there's no charge to the members that are attending. We tell them we need 3 things: 45 minutes of agenda time, a DVD player, and how many kits do we bring? So we provide the kits.
And is it 1 kit per person?
1 kit per person. Okay. And then there's a multiplier value that they can be used to then train family members. So you get 4 or 5 people trained. Again, that's what we'll be doing with the Golden View pilot program. Not only do we train the 8th graders, but we reach into the home and get the parents and the brothers and sisters.
Excellent. So good way to do it. Okay. Any more questions for Mr. Foster? If not, thank you very much. I will take this to all the community councils that I visit next month and make sure they hear about it.
Excellent.
And I hope other assembly members will do the same.
Thank you all for your time and support.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Gregory Kimura, please come forward. Regarding the 2008 annual report from the Municipal Board of Ethics. Dr. Kimura, I apologize.
9E1.
We're on item 9E1.
Madam Chair, Acting Mayor Clayman, and Assembly members. My name is Dr. Greg Kimura. I'm Chair of the Municipal Board of Ethics, and I'm here to present officially to you our 2008 annual report. It's part of the 2007 rewrite of the Ethics Code. Actually, even before that, the board was instructed to report annually on the work that it does on behalf of the municipality. I believe you have this in your packets. It's fairly self-explanatory. We've created a baseline of the different types of issues that come before the board in 2007 and then in 2008. Made several observations that are noted in the report, including the fact that we are seeing a spike and increase in requests for advisory opinion, which is one of the important pieces that was changed in the 2007 Ethics Code rewrite, and to the effect that it's doubled from between 2007 and 2008, and judging by 2009, it may double again. It's a lot of work, and generally the requests for advisory opinions that come before us, as well as the other matters that we deal with, are time intensive and require a lot of consideration, and sometimes multiple meetings of the voluntary board to resolve and come to a conclusion. We do really want to say thank you to the Assembly and to the City for the help of the municipal clerk, Linda Heim, within the office there, has been assigned to the Ethics Board, and her work has made all of our work possible. Also, in the Ethics Code rewrite, the board has been assigned a representative from the Municipal Attorney's Office. It's Rhonda Westover, and she has been helpful to us as well in some of our deliberations. There are 3 recommendations that you will find at the end of the report. One recommendation is for the municipality across all of its departments and divisions to regularize its forms for economic disclosure of potential financial interest and potential conflict of interest, for regular coordination of the Board of Ethics with the city ethics officers. And then I think it would behoove the Assembly and the Mayor to, at some time in the course of the year, perhaps when it's a little less busy for you all, for us to meet in the form of a working session to discuss some of the issues that may be recurring that we see, and maybe some of our advice for adopting or changing the code in the future. That's the report from the Municipal Ethics Board.
Very good,
2008.
sir. Thank you very much. We have a bunch of questions for you. Ms. Osiander first.
Thank you. I was hoping you were going to talk about the recommendations. Do you know, is it the mayor's office? Who would handle this uniform form? Is it the clerk's office?
I suspect it would be the clerk's office through the mayor. But basically, we see the way the code is divided up 3 different varieties.
No, I remember when we wrote that, and I appreciate the suggestion, and I just wanted to get know where to push on it. And I'm seeing the clerk nod. Is this something that's feasible?
Yes, I can. And Rhonda Westover is the ethics officer for the municipality, so Rhonda and I will take this on.
Super. Okay. The other thing you talked about in the narrative was the importance of that you've been given the task of training, in essence, and you thought there were some challenges with that. Did you want to speak to that?
Well, there are so many different departments, and the divisions within the municipality, everyone from the police department, the fire department, teachers, and everybody's training is a little bit, and boards and commissions, and everyone's training is a little bit different. And I think it would behoove, the board is tasked with overseeing the training. We have met with ethics officers now once in 2008. We're requesting that we do that on a regular, at least annual basis, so that we can regularize the training across.
Okay, and that's your second
right.
bullet. Okay. Is that, well, I know the administration is about to change, so that may be a little bit premature to talk about now, but it seems to make sense to me.
It does. It's a Herculean task, though. Remember that just having the training for just the teachers, let alone all the members of boards and commissions that are here, that it's a constant, ongoing training.
Okay. And on your third one, what might be most effective, since work session time gets pretty precious for the Assembly, is if there'd be maybe 2 or 3 individuals from the Assembly that could meet with you, and you could come up with some specific recommendations on changes to the Ethics Code. And then if there's a draft that shows here's what we'd like, then the whole Assembly could weigh in maybe more productively than an open-ended meeting. So just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. We do have an Elections and Ethics Committee that I think could take on that task. Okay. All right. Next person, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. On page 3, you indicate in 2008 there were 98 gift disclosure forms. My question is this: are we at too low a level for these? I mean, are you getting just things that are de minimis, or are they of substance in these gift disclosures from school district employees?
Well,
think about a kid bringing an apple to a teacher. I don't think we need a form about that.
We don't, and it's spelled out within the ethics code what the amount is. However, it's fairly clear from the perspective of the ethics board that training of teachers varies, and it really is dependent upon the principal of a school. We'll see a number of disclosures from particular schools and none from other ones, and one has to assume that every teacher is getting lots of apples around Christmas or
Yes.
other periods like that.
Is there any code change? Would that be a way to handle it better, or do you think it's a training issue?
I think, I can't speak for the board, but in my own perspective, being the longest serving board member, I think this is a training issue.
So the level of the reporting is not so low as to just lead to a flood of reports.
No.
We're at a high enough level where it's worthy of knowing.
And I think that high number of disclosures is not a negative thing. In fact, it's probably a positive thing. It indicates that people are paying attention to what the requirements are, and they can be handled fairly expeditiously in review by the ethics board.
It's not a big time consumer, I hope.
Sometimes it is.
Really?
If there are questions that arise, but that's the whole raison d'etre for having disclosures.
No, I understand. All right, thank you. That's all I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
It just seems to me to be valuable for the Assembly to go on record formally accepting these recommendations and then tasking our Ethics Committee to follow through on the steps that need to be taken in order to implement them. So I guess I just like to put myself on record, and I would assume that it's a unanimous kind of agreement that we want to support these and have a formal process that they're going to be followed through on.
I intended to move to accept after we were
Okay, I was
done
just
with
wondering what the
this
structure was. So by accepting it, I think we can also voice that at the same time. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kimura, for coming.
Thank you.
And now we'll take this item up.
Move to accept 9E1.
Okay.
And I urge, as Ms. Selkirk said, that we implement those through our Ethics Committee, as you suggested, Madam Chair.
Yes. Ethics Committee Chair Flynn and Vice Chair Coffey, you're to take that up and let us know where we go from there. And Madam Clerk, you and the municipal attorney. Okay. Any objections to accepting this report? Seeing none, that report is unanimously accepted. Thank you very much. Right. Okay. We have a couple of public hearings to reset. Okay. 9E. Where is it? Okay. 9E2, item information and reports. Information Memorandum AIM 36-2009. Transmittal of Planning and Zoning Commission record and recommendation of a denial for a rezoning application to rezone approximately 2.65 acres from R3 Multiple Family Residential District to B3 General Business District for lots 1 to 12, Block 1, and Block 2, lots 1A, 10, south half of Lot 11, north half of Lot 11. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Okay, that's been, do we have a motion?
I'd like to move to introduce the AO that is contained in AM 36-2009.
Third.
Thank you. And I'd like to set the public hearing date for June 9th. And I think we can discuss it at that time. There seems to be a varied perspectives on this, and I'd like to bring forward that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to setting to introduction of this item? Let's see,
People should save their packets so we don't have to copy it all over again.
Is this an introduction?
Yes.
Okay, so do we need three? Do we need three?
We got it.
Okay, okay, we got them all? Okay, very good. All right, we will have a public hearing on this item on June 9th and save this rather fat item here. Okay. 9F1, Ordinance AO 2009-43, an ordinance to amend Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 14.6, to update references, fines, etc.
Move to introduce.
Mr. Coffey.
Move to introduce.
Do we have a second?
Yeah. That's okay. Doesn't matter. Need a third. Need a third. Thank you. Madam Chair, move to change the public hearing date from the 28th of April to the 12th of May. Thank you.
Okay, any objection? Okay, 12th?
12th of May.
12th.
May
12th
12th.
of May, okay. All right.
That's it.
Okay, any objection? Okay, that's, we'll hear that on the 12th of May. Item 9F2, Ordinance AO 2009-49, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 31 to clarify operation and management of Anchorage water and wastewater utility.
Move to introduce.
Third.
Thank you. Move to change the public hearing date to May 12th.
Okay. Okay, any objection? No. Okay, seeing none? Yes, Madam Clerk. Okay, first, First, let's see, where are we?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, Ms. Johnston, and who was the third?
I was.
Ms. Selkirk.
I don't know.
Okay. Let's not fight over it. Okay.
Don't fight over it, ladies.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. 9F12.
Okay. All right, and F.
12 on the agenda.
Oh, I put that away already. I thought we were done with it. Sorry.
9F12 on the agenda. Got her?
No, I lost the second piece. Where?
Here's mine.
Okay, thank you. 9F12 is the next item that we pulled. Ordinance AO 2009-49, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 23.10, and Anchorage Code of Regulations, Chapter 21.20, to allow waiver of permit fees.
Move to introduce.
Mr. Coffey.
Okay, second. There we go. And Sheila's the third. Move to change the public hearing date to May 12th.
Okay, great. Any objection? Okay, seeing none, that item will be heard on May 12th. Item 9F13, Ordinance AO 2009-50, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Code Chapter 2.60, Office of the Ombudsman.
Move to introduce. Push the button. There we go. Ms. Selkirk's the third. Move to change the public hearing date to May 12th.
Okay, thank you. Any objections? Okay, that item will be heard on May 12th. Okay, very good. Well, we didn't do too badly. Was it about 6:35? Sorry, nobody wins $10 tonight from Mr. Flynn. Our objective ought to be to clean out his wallet.
Second.
I believe that was item 9F14.
Oh, right. Yeah, those, right. All right, very good. Next item, 11A, old business and unfinished action on public hearing items. Assembly Memorandum AM 142-2009, a recommendation to authorize solid waste services to enter into an agreement with Matanuska Electric Association for construction and operation of a landfill gas-fueled electric generation facility at the Anchorage Regional Landfill.
Madam Chair, there's no motion pending. I'm going to move to postpone this item indefinitely and ask the administration, after I get a second, to describe what they intend to do. Thank you. Could you ask Mr. Abbott, perhaps, to tell us what he intends if we do this?
Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If the Assembly postpones this item indefinitely, we will interpret that as a direction from the Assembly to begin a competitive process. We'll initiate that process immediately. It's expected to take a period of several months, and we'll launch that expeditiously.
Okay, very good. Any objection? Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I would just request, as part of your process, is that you begin with a letter of interest, an invitation for a letter of interest, so that we can at least see what, you'll have the opportunity of seeing what the menu is out there of interest, because I think it's going to be a complex RFP to draft and to prepare, because it's going to be hard to compare apples and oranges in terms of the concepts that are out on that table. And so it would seem to me that if you have a letter of interest from those parties that are out there, and then maybe get some expertise in terms of how to maximize the resource that we have in the context of that menu, it would be easier to create an RFP that was more responsive to what our opportunities are. So I would just recommend that in the process. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Selcraig, the first step is actually going to be, as we discussed at the work session on Friday, will be the acquisition of expertise necessary to build that RFP. And we hope through that process, with that expertise, to garner a better understanding of the potential marketplace, if you will, for this. So step one will be gaining that expertise.
Mr. Abbott, I think that's a good idea, but I think part of what you want to bring to that expert that you hire is some information about the menu of opportunities there are. And I think it's going to be complex you're going to need this person to help you figure out how to draft that RFP to make sure that we aren't excluding something that is really interesting or useful to us. So I think
fully agree.
Yeah, that's all. Thanks very much.
Very good. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander.
It's probably a moot point, but I made a commitment to the MEA attorney that I would share with the rest of the Assembly that the information presented at the work session on their financial offer of commitment has been changed, and that their board had willing to absorb the whole cost of construction. But that'll all come out, I'm sure, with the process that we're going through now. Thank you.
Very good. Does the MEA attorney still have his job?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Starr.
I guess back to Mr. Abbott's comments, are we talking about the presumption of generation of electricity, or are we talking about the overall gas sales when you're talking about sending it out to a consultant? Have we already made the premise that the electrical generation is the best use, or?
No, we haven't.
Okay, so we'll look at all the...
We will rely on the consultant to help guide us, but our direction to him will be to take advantage of any and all economically viable opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Abbott, you've already had your piece. Dr. Selcraig, any more to say on this item? Okay, very good. That item will come back to us. I'm sorry. Is there any objection to postponing it indefinitely? Okay, seeing none, that item is indefinitely postponed. Okay. Okay, just a minute. We still have 11B. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next item, 11B, Information Memorandum, AIM 32-2009, clarification of signatory clause in IBEW collective bargaining agreement carried over from March 24th. That's the bargaining agreement was AR 2008-280.
Move to accept.
Microphone. Turn your microphone on.
Thank you. Move to accept. There we go.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, there were letters, as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting. If anybody cares to read them, I wanted everybody to have the chain of events. I would then ask the administration to briefly tell us what the end result is relative to our process today, if I might. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey, Ms. Drummond. As a result of the sequence of correspondence that you should have all the letters that went back and forth between the administration and the IBEW. Our last position, which we articulated in the last letter we sent to the IBEW, is that we do not believe the so-called signatory clause, which is signatory clause of the contracts, applies to capital projects. And what that means is that, for example, the Bartlett Pool contract, which the Assembly has approved, when that first was bid, we believe the signatory clause applied to that contract, and then after this exchange of letters, we concluded that it no longer applied, and that contract was then, the time for bidding was extended by about a week so that other contractors could bid knowing that the signatory clause did not apply. That has been sent out, and now the Assembly, I think, at the last meeting approved that contract. And actually, I don't know, and Mr. Abbott doesn't know whether or not the contractor that won that contract is or is not using a union electrical contract. But we are going forward on all municipal contracts on capital projects to not require the signatory clause. If that answers your question, Mr. Coffey.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander and then Mr. Starr.
Well, it doesn't completely answer mine. One of the concerns that came up was the impact of this on the home renovation grants and home renewal grants from the Department of Neighborhoods.
Which are a lot of those are the weatherization.
Exactly.
And the answer is that those contracts were not ones that were, those weren't contracts that the IBEW was competing for, IBEW contracts were competing for, and so that wasn't an issue in terms of.
But the signatory clause, as I read it, would expand the IBEW control to 3 additional departments. And those grants then would be potentially covered under the signatory clause.
Potentially, but my understanding, and Mr. Abbott can confirm that, is that those contracts, they have not made the claim that it applies to them because that just doesn't fit within their scope of work.
Frankly, Mr. Mayor, hoping for greater amplification than was included in this letter. I appreciate that you got the clarification on the capital projects, but it seemed to me still a little bit unclear. My memory was this was the traffic department. I guess that was only several individuals, so and there isn't a lot of impact potentially there. But maintenance and ops and that Department of Neighborhoods, weren't those the 3 additional departments?
The 3 additional were Development Services,
right,
Maintenance and Operations, and the Department of Neighborhoods.
Okay.
And it's the only work that would require the signatory clause would be that work which contracts out functions that are currently being done by IBEW employees. So to the extent that we contracted out work that replaces work that a MUNI employee would otherwise do, that would require the signatory language.
So
that at neighborhoods, in terms of the weatherization program, the IBEW currently does not do that work. And as a result, they're not interested. And I believe we can clarify that with the union, Ms. Osiander. We've been satisfied, and I believe the union has been satisfied as well, that has been clarified satisfactorily, and I'd be glad to get further clarification for your use on that subject.
Well, it seems to me of a wide enough community interest that it would be worthwhile for everybody to know the answer to these.
Sure. I don't dispute that.
Okay.
But just in terms of that has never been an issue in terms of discussions with the union and the work that we're having people do. There's been no claim.
There was a confusion to me.
Correct.
And
I understand.
I had hoped that the clarification would elaborate specifically by department. And it didn't come back that way, so I'm just sharing with you my concern.
And we'll make sure that's provided to you, Ms. Osiander.
Right.
Okay. Now, in terms of developmental services, can you give me a little more specific rundown of what IBEW people are doing there now?
They're inspectors.
Okay. My understanding is that some of the construction carpenters who were not IBEW are now IBEW through some fairly recent changes.
6 or 7 years ago.
6 or 7 years ago. What type of work is that they're doing?
Inspections. In the Development Services Department, the only IBEW employees are inspectors.
So if someone gets a building permit and an inspector comes on site, that would be an IBEW person?
Or a plumber, potentially, or a plumber and pipe fitter. But those are the 2 unions that represent the inspectors. Depends on the discipline of the inspector.
So for building permits and land use permits?
No, not land use permits. Land use permits are only the disciplines, structural, mechanical, plumbing, electrical inspectors, I believe are the 4. And those are either represented by the plumbers or IBEW. But a land use enforcement staff person, someone that would typically be involved in a land use permit, not associated with one of those disciplines, is probably AMEA represented.
Well, the reason I guess I want a little bit of clarification is developmental services would look at, I thought, the plans there to see if they were appropriate, but you're saying that's AMEA.
That's plan review, different function internally. The plan review function I do not believe is provided by IBEW or plumber staff. Those are provided by AMEA staff. I believe, I'm 99% sure that's correct.
And remember, the issue with the signatory clause is not who is doing it in the department today. It's that if we have, say, a carpenter that's doing a structural inspection, if we, for some reason, didn't have enough people to do it in-house, and then we contract with a private firm to do the building inspection, we would be potentially required to have an IBEW signatory to do the private contracted out inspection.
But, no, I understand,
Okay.
but it's particularly relevant because we are, at least in the Title 21 draft, considering an expansion of the inspector's responsibilities to other areas. And so and I think that all of us would like to know specifically what the implications of that would be.
There would be a Title 21 change would have no implications over the building inspection function. And currently, IBEW does not represent people that are enforcing land use permits or plan review. And we currently outsource plan review right now and consistently. And as far as I know, I'm quite certain it's not done by there's no union signatory requirement associated with that.
Okay. Ms. Osiander? Is that it for now? Okay.
Yeah, I would hope for a little more specificity, but
I understand. Okay. Mr. Starr?
Well, I concur with Ms. Osiander a little bit. In the findings of the statement on line 29 or 28, where it speaks to the administrative letter requirement, why isn't the cover page of this letter from the administration under the definition of 70.010, why isn't this front letter considered administrative letter? I guess the definition of administrative letters is correspondence that clarifies and goes down that path. So I think Ms. Osiander would get it if we would treat this as a formal administrative letter, that its purpose and intent was to clarify. You know, that's why that's in code, is to have that, I would believe, and I'm wondering why we just didn't go the next step of treating this response by the administration as an administrative letter.
Mr. Reeves, I think that may be a question for the Department of Law.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Starr. The current code does not require that this be submitted as an administrative letter for approval. The proposal, I believe there's a proposal pending to amend the code in such a way that this might very well require approval. But under the existing law, it does not.
And I appreciate that dialogue. It just seems that we have the mechanism in front of us to sort of produce the clarity that we want by defining it as an administrative letter and not have this yin and yang over, you know, what's the signatory clause really represent. If we had a formal administrative letter presented to us, this is the position of the administration. That's what I think that clause is for. So, you know, I would like some more follow-up information. I think the clarity tonight is clear, but as we go into contract letting or M&O discussions about streetlight repair and who can subcontract to those, I think we're going to keep facing it if we don't have the clarity tonight. But that's all. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
The reason I believe it's not an administrative letter is there is not absolute agreement between the two parties in an interpretation of the contract. What we have here is the administration has set forth its interpretation and implemented a practice and procedure relative to that, which basically says capital projects will not fall within this signatory clause. The union hasn't said, yes, 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 we agree, let's clarify. They've just sort of left it where it is. I would expect eventually we may see a grievance over this. I don't know what will happen, but for purposes of this, we now have all of this information, and then we'll see what happens in the future. I don't know how it could go any further tonight without some agreement. I think we are where we are, and if and when an agreement is reached, or if and when a grievance is filed, or if and when something else happens, I would expect the administration will tell us. But right now, read the letters, you'll see where we are, and that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Starr?
Not to belabor the administrative letter intent, but does the administrative letter have to be an agreed upon document? Because if the administration puts out an interpretation of a contract clause and we affirm it, are we not sending the message that this is what we thought we were affirming? I mean, the statement of Mr. Coffey says that they have to be an agreed upon understanding. I don't think was the intent of that. It's basically to say when we see this clause, the administration clarifies it, the Assembly affirms the administrative letter as what we felt because we're the administration of the contract.
Mr. Reeves can respond.
Yes, through the chair. Mr. Starr, the term administrative letter is defined in the code to mean a letter or other document that is signed by the two parties. This is not that, as Mr. Coffey points out. It could evolve into such a document, but this is a unilateral statement by the municipality to the IBEW, and then some actions that have been taken to evidence this understanding of what the contract means. So, as I said, under the current version of the code, under the current requirements of the code, this is not a matter that requires approval by the Assembly. If the code were amended, it could conceivably extend to something like this, but it doesn't today.
This is my last comment then. Is the administration going to stop here, or are we trying to pursue a more clarity and an administrative letter agreement? Is it over with this statement here?
As it sits here today, we are moving forward with capital projects without requiring a signatory clause, and we're not asking for any further agreement from the union.
Okay, so let me just ask you, the example of the contractor that came in and spoke about his experience with the Denina Center, and you're saying in that obligation, his ability to bid is unfettered now. I think it was Megawatt Electric spoke about that, and your definition of that is a capital project.
Yeah, the Denina Center is probably not as good an example as you want, but that was not bid by the municipality of Anchorage, so that was not subject to any of our standards in that sense. So, and it wouldn't be in the future under the same model. But if you're saying a big capital project, muni run, yes, a signatory requirement would not be placed on that contracting procedure.
Okay, well, that gives me some clarity. Was he wrong then in the night of his testimony that said it would apply to that? Is that what?
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. Any further comments on this item? Okay, seeing none. Any objection to acceptance of these clarifications? Seeing none, that item is accepted. And we need to take a dinner break, and we will be back at approximately 7:35. To order. Mr. Coffey, you have a proposal for the order of the day? Yes.
Move to change the order of the day to take up item 14D for the purpose of postponement. If I can have a second.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Just real briefly, I spoke with Mr. Nelson today. There's a couple of issues here that just need a little bit of adjustment in the ordinance, and he has spoken to Ms. Osiander and Mr. Starr, and also I understand Mr. McQueen, who is from Eklutna, and they would like to have this matter postponed to the May 12th for the purpose of doing some adjustments to the ordinance itself and then bring it back in front of us. So I would move to postpone. Excuse me. We've got a public hearing scheduled for tonight, so we have to open that and then proceed that way before I make my motion, Madam Chair.
But it is important to note that we will take action.
Microphone.
Yeah.
It's important to note to the public that we'll be taking action
On the 12th.
12th, so that they may want to withhold their testimony.
That's right.
Okay. All right. And is there any objection to beginning the public hearings with this item so we can let these folks go home? Okay. Seeing no objection, we're going to take up item 14D first, Ordinance AO 2009-37, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezone of approximately 70 acres from T transition and R7
waive reading
intermediate rural to I2SL.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
The public hearing, and then I'll make the motion.
Okay. The public hearing on this item is now open. If you just heard our conversation, we're going to change the public hearing date. We're going to extend the public hearing date to May 12th. We've just opened the public hearing. If you're here tonight and you wish to testify on this item, you're welcome to, but then you won't be able to testify again on May 12th. As the ordinance may change a little bit, as it will be dealt with by the administration. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is is continued to May 12th.
Yeah, thank you.
And the public hearing will continue on item 14D on May 12th. Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Okay.
There we go.
Thank you. And seeing no objection, that item will be heard on May 12th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Okay, item 13A, continued public hearings. First item before us, item 13A, ordinance AO 2009-27, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.70.090, collective bargaining relating to representatives authorized to negotiate on behalf of the municipality and notice to the Assembly of initiation of collective bargaining. Accompanied by ordinance the S version is also submitted, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly on the same item. The public hearing on this item is continued from the last meeting. Anyone present wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body? Second. Okay, thank you. To it? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Osiander. Log into the speaker list, please, for the clerk.
All right. This basically summarizes, I think, some of the concerns that have come up recently and clarifies what the Assembly's expectations are in regard to collective bargaining. The first section talks about the composition of the collective bargaining team to be sure that there's a representative of both legal and the chief fiscal officer. And there's also further clarification that amplifies exactly what is expected in terms of announcing to the Assembly the dates, sufficient enough time for the Assembly to set some policy guidance on what we would like to see. The S version has new language on number 3, which basically talks about what we'd like to see as when it comes to us in terms of a summary of changes, a summary of economic effects, and then to have sufficient period of time so that the Assembly can review those documents and make comments and questions about them and not be pressured to move immediately. I've also passed out an amendment that hopefully has gotten all the way to the end of the floor there. This amendment would amplify specifically what is expected to be included in the summary of economic effects. If you see there, the underlined portion, there would be an expectation that the summary of economic effects would include both benefit cost and some, if there is significant private sector impact, and that we would see both internal auditor and CFO analysis. And that is a direct result of your comments to me, Mr. Coffey, so I hope you support the amendment. All right, I would like to move the amendment that was passed out to you.
Second.
Okay, thank you. That's been moved and seconded.
It's already in there.
I would note that there is a spelling correction on the second line, including benefit cost example. I'm sure you mean health and not Heath.
I assumed you would be able to correctly
Figure
infer
that out?
that.
Okay.
Yes. And I also assumed that you would know that wages would be included in there without me saying it. But if Ms. Selcraig has requested that I include the word wages, so if there's no objection on the amendment, I would like to say including wage and benefit cost.
Okay.
If that's acceptable to the second?
Acceptable.
Thank you.
We've added the word wage and between including and benefit. All right, go ahead.
I'd just be happy to respond to questions.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, you're next.
Thank you. So we have approved that amendment then?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have questions?
I don't have questions to that amendment.
Okay. Any objections to the amendment as submitted?
Chair, I have a
Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the EX stands for
example.
Example. Well, I would highly recommend that you spell out example. Okay. I really would, so that it's really clear.
All right.
If that's your intent.
If that is my intent.
Thank you.
And I don't mind that at all.
Okay, EX is expanded to read example. Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Okay, any objection to the amendment as submitted? Seeing no objection, the amendment is incorporated. Continuing on discussion.
With point of information, just to clarify then that the amendment would include wages and benefits, that health would be spelled correctly, and that example would be written out.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Selkirk.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
I believe I was in the queue to.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I am 100% completely supportive of this. I would make one suggestion, and perhaps we can have some dialogue on it. On page 1 of the S version, lines 39 and 40, the Office of the Mayor shall notify the Assembly of upcoming contract expiration dates sufficiently in advance. Could we not specifically enumerate that? What is sufficiently in advance? There's just a little bit of ambiguity there. Who decides what's sufficiently? You know, we might have one idea of what is sufficiently. Could we say 180 days? Is that too much? Is that too little? 6 months?
I would suggest not less than however many days, whether it's 90 or 80.
Fair enough. But not less than 180 days. Would the administration be able to do that, or is that too much?
Mr. Gutierrez, the challenge with it is that from a standpoint of not getting in an unfair labor practice situation, if to the extent the Assembly passes resolutions giving recommendations to the administration, that needs to take place at a time when no one's in negotiations. And so the challenge with any kind of day limitation is that if you said 180 days, for example, and it turned out that negotiations were going on past that time, then you're out of compliance with this code, even though you'd be getting into an unfair labor practice. I'm not saying there shouldn't be some timeline. I'm just suggesting that you run into a problem if you put the timeline, because you then always are going to have to ask the question, is anybody in negotiations today? And if you are, then you either have to be very detailed in the resolution about what you're talking about, or you probably don't want such a specific timeline. That's the...
I understand that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Ms. Arnold may want to add something to that, too.
Okay, on that issue, Mr. Coffey?
I believe Ms. Arnold had something to say in response to my question.
Please, I would like to say something. Many of the collective bargaining agreements require notification 90 days in advance. So the 180 days could be problematic because we can't foresee when we're going to receive the 90-day notice. So if you are going to consider putting any time parameters on that, I would ask that you take that into consideration.
If there's a better way to do this, my only intent would be to eliminate any ambiguity so that there's no room for, you were supposed to do this sooner than this, no, we weren't. So I'm open to suggestions from the body.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, on this issue.
We have done it in the past in this manner. We have done a generalized statement of our intent with regard to collective bargaining. You know, limit it to CPI, that kind of stuff. It's meant to cover all contracts with all bargaining units. My question is, first, is it necessary to do it with regard to all, or could you say, for this bargaining unit, we are concerned about this, for another bargaining unit, we are concerned about a separate thing, and have differential instructions? It would seem to me there is nothing wrong with that so long as we do it at the appropriate time. Then my second part of my question, I'd just like to get them both out, is...
Well, let me answer the first question because I'll forget the second one by the time you get to it. The first question is, if the Assembly does take the level of differential, I think that is acceptable. It's just been the tradition, as you correctly note, to do it generally and do it once every year or two when nothing is in negotiation.
Yes, and that brings me to my second question, which is, might we not be better served by the administration saying, we aren't in negotiation, you have the next 90 days, 180 days to adopt instructions to us dealing with. And rather than require that the way that, I mean, I agree with what Mr. Gutierrez is suggesting. I'm just thinking if we flip it around and say, you're open now, as opposed to, you can be open in the future. There we go. And I don't know if it belongs in here or what. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez, do you want to make an amendment or?
Yeah, if Mr. Coffey would help me with the wording of that, I think that's a worthwhile amendment.
All right, let's continue with the discussion and
We'll get back to that.
Okay, Mr. Starr.
Well, I would offer up, why don't we just leave the word sufficiently out? I think the intent of the writer of this ordinance is to preserve our opportunity to provide bargaining guidelines. So, you guys, I can wait a minute if you want to partake in the discussion or not. I'd like your opinion of this discussion. The intent, in my opinion, of writing it was to preserve the opportunity to provide the bargaining guidelines. And so, whatever you'd write, as long as we get advance notification. The trouble pragmatically is that if the administration sends us a letter saying we've just entered negotiations with X, we don't have the opportunity anymore to say, oh, well, wait a minute, we want to give you some bargaining guidelines. We're stuck. So what I would see is if we see it in advance, if the expiration date, leave the word sufficiently out, is, basically the dates are in advance, that gives us warning that, where you're headed. But I don't know that it solves the problem of about to enter negotiations. If they decide, the administration decides to enter negotiations next week with a bargaining unit, what are they going to use, given our obligation to provide the bargaining guidelines?
Can I, Madam Chair, if I could make a suggestion?
Go ahead, Mr. Klayman.
I'm reminded by Ms. Arnold that we are today in negotiations with the IBEW as to certain employees, and that plumbers and pipe fitters were plumbers and pipe fitters were not in negotiations, but their contract expires later this year, or expires in 2010, and will be in negotiations sometime in the next year. My suggestion, because the question about should we be doing these piecemeal per bargaining unit or not, it's hard to know what the sentiment of the Assembly will be in 6 months, 6 years, and perhaps an easier way to address this would be to require in the first of the year an annual report from the administration that identifies each bargaining unit and says when they are due to begin negotiations, what negotiations are currently ongoing, and that gives the Assembly an annual update. And if the Assembly knows there's a gap and they want to do it generally to all bargaining units, they can. If the Assembly wants to give instructions as a particular bargaining unit, they get notice in January about when those are coming up, and the Assembly then has reasonable notice about when to take action or not take action as it sees fit.
Well, in response to that, I would look to the history that we just came through with the early opening, if you will, of the police and fire contracts. If we had the expiration date, that doesn't mean that such as former Mayor Begich did, he opened the negotiations up, and then subsequently, we saw contracts that wouldn't expire, wouldn't make your report, for example, but yet negotiations and talks on a new contract were open well before the expiration date. So in this case, 6 to 9 months ahead of expiration. So I don't know that intent would cover what I think we're trying to do here, and that's to give ample guidance prior to negotiations starting. At least that's what I would hope we're doing.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I think we have some language. Section 1, beginning on line 39, would read, the office of the mayor shall notify the Assembly of dates within which Assembly action on policy and direction for contract negotiations prior to initiation of collective bargaining can be taken.
Okay. If you could repeat that, Mr. Gutierrez,
Sure.
since we don't have it in writing.
The office of the mayor shall notify the Assembly of dates within which Assembly action on policy and direction for contract negotiations prior to initiation of collective bargaining can be taken. That's That's the essence of what Mr. Coffey suggested. Give us a range of dates between which we can do what we need to do to give you guidance on upcoming negotiations before they actually start. And so that doesn't set an arbitrary number of days, which may be problematic, I'm hearing from the administration, but it gives you some time to say, hey, look, you have between this date and this date. And my guess is it'll probably vary from situation to situation, but it gives you the direction to show us when the window is that we have to act.
Okay, this is an amendment, and you are inserting the phrase, dates within which, between the words, on line 39, between the words of and upcoming, and deleting upcoming through allow, and the paragraph continues, assembly action on policy and direction, and adding at the end of that paragraph on line 42, comma, can be taken.
I believe that's correct, and if I can get a second, I'll read it again in its entirety.
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah, could we have a second, please?
Oh, sorry.
That,
so, Section 1 would read, the office of the mayor shall notify the assembly of dates within which assembly action on policy and direction for contract negotiations prior to initiation of collective bargaining can be taken. Actually, as a matter of the English language, to make it flow better, you could say direction for contract negotiations can be taken prior to initiation, but we won't go there.
Madam Chair, if I could be heard again.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
Mr. Clayton, go ahead.
I think Dr. Selkirk had an excellent idea. She's better with the English language than I am.
Okay, think about that for a minute and tell me where you want to put the word prior.
Well, I think I have it. Prior to negotiations. Right? Dr. Selkirk, is that where you want to begin?
What are you pointing at?
Prior to negotiations.
Okay.
Prior to initiation of collective bargaining. We'll keep the language that's in there. Prior to the initiation of collective bargaining, the office of the mayor shall notify the assembly of dates within which assembly action on policy and direction for contract negotiations can be taken. Okay. That flows a little
Madam
bit.
Clerk, do you have that?
Does the second concur?
Yes, Madam Clerk, if you would read it back, and then we'll get a concurrence from the second.
Prior to initiation of collective bargaining, the office of the mayor shall notify the assembly of dates within which assembly action on policy and direction for contract negotiations can be taken.
Exactly.
Okay, very good. Is that okay with the second?
Concur.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Ms. Osiander, on this amendment.
Excuse me. That's why I wanted to speak.
Yes, go ahead.
This, I appreciate the intent, but I'd like to point out, Mr. Gutierrez, this basically creates the same problem that you had before. We were told this last time that the Assembly could issue a policy statement like that, but we were given one meeting to do it in. And there's no, you just say dates within. If the administration says you have one meeting, then we're basically, that was what happened to us last time. So I'd like to suggest something to you. And again, I hate to write language on the quick like this, but I would suggest that instead of you say dates within, say dates of it, I need at least a month in there, which is 2 meetings. 30 days, something like that.
Of at least a 30-day window, or at least a 30-day period,
That would
or
help.
not less than a 30-day period.
That would help, Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, Mr. Klayman,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
please weigh in here.
What I would suggest, we're really getting into heavy sausage making on the floor, as people would say. If we want to get this done, and I would suggest we hold this off for a period of time and let a couple of people try and work out some language that we're not having to discuss in the course of the meeting. I think there's a way to get there, but I think it's getting more complicated and less complicated, and it's hard to make progress. So I'd suggest you don't put it off for another meeting, but take a little bit of a time off on this and let some people work on it while you move on with
Are
other
you
meetings.
suggesting during the evening?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Osiander, comments on this?
Okay, I thought he was going to suggest another meeting, and I was going to strongly object.
No, I understand the need to go
I'd be
forward
happy to
now.
work on
No,
it.
let's just take an at ease on this item, but we're not going anywhere. We're going to move on to the next item.
Can I have just a point of further clarification, because I'm going to bring up something relative. If during
Mr. Starr.
during the break, the line that speaks to about the 30-day requirement to certify, Mr. Abbott, can you clarify, for example, the expansion of the new covered employees, I believe in IBEW, for example, was that technically a new bargaining unit, or were they being added to a current bargaining unit when we expanded the employee base for that?
If you're talking about the IBEW, the folks in development services, et cetera?
We're currently in negotiations with them.
No, that's a different group.
Okay, let me ask you that different group, and I don't know who it is.
It's what used to be called the machinists and mechanics.
Okay. Does that technically meet the definition of a new bargaining unit, or are we expanding a current bargaining unit?
That's yet to be determined.
Okay, because here's my point on that, and maybe you can study it, is that the time frame that we're looking at being able to tender bargaining guidelines is somewhat restricted by the current language that says you have to enter into those negotiations within 30 days. So just look at the conflict that may result. Is that should we present,
No, we agree with you.
So I just look.
There is a potential timing problem in the sort of situation we could be dealing with now.
I mean, because we're already restricted by if it's a new bargaining unit. That's we got 30 days no matter what. That may only be one assembly meeting. So. Anyhow, just food for thought, because I'll have to amend that line up above if we get into it. Thanks.
Instead of the word sufficient.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
At least 30.
Ms. Selkirk, you still have anything to say? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Coffey and Ms. Osiander are going to retreat into non-smoky back rooms to rewrite this while we open the public hearing on the next item, and then we will return to item 13A, if that's all right.
Combine the public hearing on 13B and 13C.
All right.
They both deal with the same topic.
Hello? Can we have a second on the motion, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any objection to combining these two public hearings? Items 13B and C. Seeing none. The public hearing on these items are now open. We have item 13B, Resolution AR 2009-67, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending and revising the 2009 General Government Operating Budget to reduce appropriations, brought forward by Assembly Members Coffey, Starr, and Johnston, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 190-2009, as well as item 13C, Ordinance AO 2009-34, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending Ordinance AO 2008-102S, amending appropriations to the funds for 2009, updated.
Action.
The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on the budget, please come forward. Anyone at all? Okay, seeing and hearing no one tonight, we will continue this public hearing to April 28th, when we will be dealing with the rest of the budget.
You want a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Move to
Coffey,
continue
go
the
ahead.
public hearing on 2009-67 and 2009-34. One at a time, 2009-67.
Okay. Advance.
Ms. Gray Jackson, thank you. Okay, this is moved and seconded. And any objection to continuing the public hearing to April 28th? Seeing and hearing no objection, that is continued to April 28th. Items 13C, Mr. Coffey.
Move to continue the public hearing on AO 2009-34 to April 28th.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any objection to moving it to continuing to April 28th? Seeing none, that item will continue on April 28th. Thank you. You may now retreat into the smoky back rooms. Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, in advance of 13D, can I make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Starr, go ahead.
I've been contacted by the petitioner. I intend to ask the public hearing to be continued to August 25th. So, again, it's public notice. They want to speak, they can, but I'm going to move to continue the public hearing to August 25th.
They want that much time,
Yes,
huh?
they do.
To open a bar. Okay. That works for me. Item 13D is up next. Resolution AR 2009-28, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use permit in the W or watershed district for a recreational site use and license for beer and wine per AMC 21.50.160 for the Anchorage Ski Club Incorporated,
Waive
located
reading.
within an unsurveyed lease parcel. Thank you very much. The public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing will be continued to, what was that date?
August 25th.
Okay, I need a motion, Mr. Starr.
Motion to continue the public hearing to August 25th.
Okay. Okay, any objection to continuing this public hearing to August 25th? Does that work for the clerk? Okay, seeing no objection, item 13D will be continued to August 25th. Item 13E, ordinance AO 2009-22, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 21.35.050, et cetera,
Waive reading.
to replace computer-aided learning and family self-sufficiency uses with social service facility use. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
there's a memo from Mr. Nelson that says the intent of the code is to, for certain activities that currently fall through the cracks. He views it as basically housekeeping.
Right.
So I would urge approval.
Okay. Any objection to approval of this item? Okay, seeing no objection, this item...
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I got...
No, did we?
Wait.
Okay. Well, you get to speak to us after we vote. We'll fill
Thank you,
this.
Madam Chair. The Planning and Zoning Committee, I wanted to bring to your attention that on this particular ordinance, the Planning and Zoning Commission did propose some changes, and I apologize we didn't get those in your packet, but I have them for you this evening. Basically, there are two sets, and I'd like to just take a moment and hand out the copies of them.
Is this an amendment?
Yep.
Mr. Nelson? No, we got to move a little faster. Okay. Whoops. Here.
Apologize to the body. Mr. Nelson asked me to do this, and I got sidetracked.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, what are we doing? We have to back up.
No, you did vote.
I stated it was unanimous.
All right, then I'm going to move for immediate reconsideration.
Second.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Okay, any objection to reconsidering this item? Okay, seeing none, we are reconsidering item 13E. Okay, Mr. Nelson, we have the amendments in front of us. Please talk to us.
Okay. Thank you. There are basically two amendments. One of them is to make some minor edits to the definition of social service facility. It's on page 2, lines 16 to 23, and you can see that the language is highlighted. They're basically changing a the to an a, which makes it read better, and then they're adding a couple of other words to the definition, which helps to clarify what's allowed and what's not allowed under the terms of that definition. The second change is basically on page 12, line 40 through page 13, line 9. And this is language regarding yard setbacks, landscaping, and refuse containers. And what they were trying to do is to basically have the discretion to the Planning and Zoning Commission with conditional uses on setting what the yard requirements might be. The planning staff basically does not support this amendment for a couple of reasons. First of all, the language that is in your ordinance does establish a minimum for which the commission could modify it on conditional uses, but what the commission didn't recognize is that in some use districts, these are permitted uses, so they wouldn't be required to go through a conditional use. Therefore, you do need to establish a minimum standard for those uses where it's a by right use. The other issue is in regard to subsection C, which they wanted to delete. They felt it was redundant, and it's the last phrase in subsection C that makes sure that it's not redundant. If you have a refuse container stored outside, you do have to enclose them if they're part of the parking lot, because it's located in the parking standards, the reference there. But what we're suggesting is regardless of where you have outdoor refuse containers, they should be enclosed, not only if they're in the parking lot. So We feel that the language that you have in your ordinance is the more preferable rather than accepting the recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission on this, on the second, number 2, right?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Stay there. We have questions for you. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, I guess I'm speaking to the amendment. I don't necessarily agree with the word charitable being inserted in the first section. It alludes to the reader that it's a free service provided, and we may be encroaching on programs that want to have a pay-for-use program, or say, for example, in my interpretation, if Salvation Army wants to have a module of a service-providing function, I mean, they're a nonprofit, but they're certainly not charitable only. So I'm concerned by the charitable wording saying that it alludes to that it's a free service, and I'm not ready to go down that path yet, so I won't be supporting the charitable wording.
Okay, do you wish to?
Yeah, I moved to take it out. I moved to strike that charitable.
Okay. Hold on a minute. All right, hold on a minute. We need to back up. In the microphone.
I move to accept amendment number 1.
Second.
Move to approve.
Okay. It's been moved and the amendment number 1 has been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, your motion is to delete the word charitable?
I will just accept Mr. Starr's recommendation.
Good, thank you. Yes.
Okay. Any objections to deletion of the word charitable? Seeing none, the word charitable is deleted. Mr. Nelson, was there any particular reason why it had to be?
The language added by the commission was based on the premise that they'd be providing services without a fee, without charge, which is typically, what spurred this was basically the Anchorage, the downtown soup kitchen wishes to expand, and they don't charge anything for the services. So the intent was that basically it'd be social services are those type that for which there wouldn't be a charge for the services. That's simply the intent of adding the word charitable.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
The deletion of the word charitable doesn't mean they have to charge. It just means that somewhere some social service agency may come along that there might be some minimal charge and you get some other free services. I agree with it. Let's not limit it. Mr. Starr is correct.
Okay. All right. That's been accepted. Any other? Okay. Are there any other objections or amendments to paragraph 1? Okay. Is there any objection to accepting this amendment and incorporating it into the ordinance? Seeing no objections, this item 1, amendment number 1, submitted by Mr. Nelson through the Planning and Zoning Commission through Mr. Nelson is accepted. Item 2.
Nobody
need a motion.
No motion.
Okay, there's no motion. And that's because you did not recommend. Okay, that dies for lack of second.
Okay. It wasn't introduced, so now we move the main.
Move to approve the AO 2009-22 as amended.
You got hand.
It's already been moved.
Okay, any further discussion?
No, that's right.
Dr. Selkirk, you're in the queue?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to approving the ordinance as amended? Seeing none, it is approved. Thank you. Item 13F. How'd we get up there so far? Oh, the public hearing on item 13F is now open. Ordinance AO 2009-23, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.40.130B.10, correcting an omission in AO 2005-124S-1A relating to adult care use in the RO Residential Office District. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. That item, any discussion on this item?
Well,
Mr.
for
Coffey?
fear of being contradicted again, Mr. Nelson says this is a housekeeping amendment, and there we've got an email from him to that effect, and I'll accept his word. There's no hand up this time, Tom. Housekeeping? Yep. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Urge
Coffey.
approval.
Any objection to approval of this item? Seeing and hearing no objection, this item passes unanimously. Item 13G, AO 2009-25, an ordinance authorizing retention of 6 tax foreclosed properties in Laurel Acres subdivision for public purposes pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code Section 25.30.035B. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Okay.
Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. It's the wish of the body.
Okay.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I would, Madam Chair, I hope everybody knows this is a paper plat, and that the reason that these lots are scattered around is that, and we're taking them for a public purpose, is because there's nothing that's developed anywhere in this subdivision. So I would urge that we approve it. It's a paper plat. Lots have been put on a piece of paper, but nothing's been developed out there as I understand it, and maybe Mr. Maynard could confirm that.
Mr. Maynard, could you talk to us about this, please? And Mr. Birch has a question.
Mr. Coffey, through the chair, yes, that's absolutely correct. There are multiple private owners of properties in this subdivision, but it is a paper plat from the 70s. There's no organized construction, and there are no roads in that subdivision.
Mr. Birch, do you have a question on this one?
Actually, I do have a question. I've seen this over the years, and just trying to understand, it's a fairly large tract of property in South Anchorage, and it seems like it's, I guess, a question would be maybe through the chair to Mr. Nelson, would be, what's the end game here? I mean, are people paying taxes on the other lots? Is there something the city can do to assist or support the? I mean, it just seems like it's kind of an intractable mess where you've got multiple ownership, no roads, and I guess I'm just trying to. Is there a solution here? And the reason I'm thinking about this is I know we had up in Rabbit, Bear Valley, we had that survey that got goofed up, and they had to work through the courts and kind of come to some resolution. But where are we going to end up with this area?
Madam Chair, Mr. Birch, there is no practical solution. This subdivision was created before we had subdivision regulations, and so the result was that it's called a paper plat. Lots were sold. There are multiple different ownerships, but it was done at a time before there were any requirements to make public improvements. And so there have been attempts in the past to try to form improvement districts to try to provide basic infrastructure improvements to allow the area to develop. They've never come to fruition. It's at margin. It's very difficult to develop because of the on-site characteristics. It's very wet, shallow groundwater, peat soils, and so forth. It's probably not surprising that these parcels are coming into foreclosure. And I think Mr. Maynard can speak to the land bank's intent as far as what the ultimate use would be. The municipality picks these up and retains them. But the difference between this and Rabbit Creek Heights, for instance, the Rabbit Creek Heights did have development there. It did have roads in there. And the problem there was just poor surveying that was done initially, and it was correctable. That's a little bit different circumstance than what we have here, where you don't have any infrastructure. There's no one living in there. And it's, the practicality of being able to develop it the way it's platted is nil.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a follow-up. Okay, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
So, in light of the fact that we've got a few of these large kind of old subdivisions floating around, is there a possibility that they could develop a homeowners association? I mean, is there some sort of strategy available to ever amass the capital that's needed to put in the infrastructure? I mean,
the challenge is if someone can basically consolidate, buy up enough lots, consolidate, and then come in with a replat and go through the plat process, put in the necessary infrastructure improvements to develop it. Laurel Acres is one of the more difficult ones because of the environmental characteristics are much more difficult here than in a few of the other areas where you've had a similar circumstance with a paper plat.
They couldn't develop, I mean, wouldn't it be to people's benefit who own property there to develop some sort of internal organization between themselves? I mean, couldn't they have some sort of a landowners association?
I believe that the costs of putting in the improvements exceed the value of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further comments on this issue? Okay, what's the wish of the body? We're
Public hearing closed.
okay. The public hearing is closed.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made. Any objection to approval of this item? Okay, seeing no objection, this item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, item 13H. A resolution of the Anchorage, let's see, AR 2008-253, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adopting specific wildlife public safety policies for implementation by the administration and authorizing the allocation of municipal resources to ensure the safety of Anchorage citizens.
There's an S.
And there's an S version with the same title. The public hearing on this item is now open. Excuse me, we're continuing. This is a continued public hearing. We have been continuing this public hearing for quite some time. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Mr. Donnelly, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave
Tell us who
Donnelly.
you are. I'm sure everybody knows. But
Dave Donnelly, Abbott Loop Community Council Board Member.
great. Welcome.
Thank you. Our president was out of state last month at our meeting, and I got delegated this issue. You all got a copy of our resolution that we passed a few months ago on this subject. Basically, bears, we don't want them in our neighborhoods, and we'd like to be able to go into Bicentennial Park with our families and not be scared. Bicentennial Park's our park. It's where we go. People on the west side of town got the coastal trail. We don't have a bear problem there. So I hope you're sympathetic to the issues that are facing our neighborhoods on the east side of town next to Bicentennial Park. The Community Council, several months ago, unanimously passed a resolution calling for more active management of the bear population. We don't think it's really an issue of bird feeders and garbage cans. The fact is, as long as there's salmon in Campbell Creek and there's moose calves running around, there's going to be bears coming attracted into our neighborhoods, and that's the only way to stop it is with more aggressive management of the bear population. Luckily, the Board of Game has started down that road, but we want the city to take a clear position on this and work out some of the kinks of the relationship between city's responsibilities and the state responsibilities, because we don't think the state's doing the job adequately to protect our families. So in a nutshell, that's it. Hopefully the community councils are trying to convene some sort of super council with all the impacted community councils having delegates to it to come up with some cohesive position on this. But for right now, the Abbott Loop Community Council is asking you to do something about the bear problem.
Thank you, sir. Do you have the copy of the resolution, or has it been submitted?
I emailed it to all of you. I didn't get a kickback that you didn't get it, but I'll do it again tonight if you want me to do that.
Got it? Okay, very good. Stay here. We have questions. Mr. Flynn.
Good to see you again, Senator. Just so you know, I've actually encountered a couple bears on the coastal trail and had one in my backyard a couple summers ago. So even us West Siders see them from time to time. That's all.
That's all. Okay. Anyone else? Dr. Selkirk?
I'm sympathetic to the problem because I live right across Tudor Road, and I've had a bear in my yard every year and right down the neighborhood, right down the hill in the neighborhood. But, I think when we get into deliberation, I actually think we need a really a broader approach than just bear management. I mean, it's going to take land use management. It's going to take understanding that the creeks being stocked does attract bears. I mean, so I'm hoping that we'll bring forward something that is a broad approach to the solution.
Dr. Sokik, a lot of the individuals that came to the community council meetings were frightened. I mean, they've got bears in their yards. They're scared to let their children out on the street. I mean, we live in an urban area. I was born here, but I've chosen to stay in Anchorage as it grew into a large city, and I stay here for a reason. I don't want to live someplace where I'm going to encounter wildlife on my street.
Okay, Mr. Burke.
Senator Donnelly, I'd just like to thank you for your initiative with this, and I share your concern. The community council that represents my neighborhood also abuts this urban park, and I think there's shared concerns in many in my neighborhood over having basically life-threatening wildlife, immediately joining our homes and baseball fields and places where people like to go and have a Saturday afternoon barbecue. So your message resonates with me, and I certainly will be supporting this resolution because I think I think the city does have a fundamental responsibility for the safety of its citizens. And the state has got they've got game management. They're kind of on a different level, and I think that it's entirely appropriate for the city to take this initiative. And I appreciate your community council's engagement.
Assemblyman Birch, one of the points that was raised at the community council is we invest millions of dollars into the trails and facilities in our parks. We don't think it's rational just to close them down so the bears can occupy them.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, question from Mr. Donnelly. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Donnelly, for coming. I'm sorry, Ms. Gray Jackson. Oh, okay. Did you want to question Mr. Donnelly? Mr. Donnelly, come back. You're not done yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Mr. Donnelly, I just want to thank you very much for coming out. Abbott Loop is one of my community councils, and I'm there every month, and I'm glad to know that there's somebody on the board other than Al, because I never see anybody. But anyway, I'm glad you're there, and thank you very much for your resolution. I did get it. And I'm sure you heard by now that the Public Safety Committee has a meeting scheduled, 2-hour meeting in this chamber on April 23rd, and I think that we're going to it's going to be a worthwhile meeting, and everybody's comments will definitely be considered. Right, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Welcome. Thank you very much. Pull the microphone down to your face and talk right into it. Tell us who you are, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Barbara Winkley, and I probably use Chugach State Park and the trails around Anchorage as much as anybody. And I wrote this testimony back in December, but I've been coming and going, and this has been coming and going, and I guess I'm lucky to catch you tonight. And this refers to yesterday, the December paper. After reading yesterday's paper, I would like to voice my opposition to the proposal by Assemblyman Bill Starr for the city to hire a bear cop. However, I believe that Fish and Game should have the authority to close trails near salmon spawning streams in these wild wooded areas during spawning season and stop stocking the streams. I believe the problem of attracting bears to the city is more widespread than just the salmon streams. I was 200% behind Rick Sinnott when he was annoyed when someone had left a pile of fish guts somewhere on the hillside a few years ago. The amount of garbage alongside the Anchorage roads is disgraceful, not to mention the half-filled soft drink and beer bottles that I quite frequently pick up at trailheads left by partiers. Most of the bottles and cans I take to the recycling center come from these trailheads, and perhaps the city needs to hire a party cop instead of a bear cop. There's always garbage. When I have 3 big dogs, and I often run them up at Glen Alps like at 5 or 6 in the morning, and there's always garbage up there. Sometimes party is left over from the night before, young kids up there. I've had overseas visitors tell me, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but Anchorage sure looks like a third world country with all of the garbage lying around. I must say I agree, and from my observation, I believe it to be one of the trashiest cities in the Western world that I have visited. This summer, the volunteer at Glen Alps told me that the new outhouses were open only one day when someone filled them with garbage. This past summer, I saw bags of garbage dumped at Glen Alps. Perhaps it's time to rethink a deposit on bottles and cans, and instead of having Anchorage motto being Big Wildlife, it should be renamed Trash Capital of the North. Last summer's bear encounters could have and should have been avoided. We need to clean up our act before blaming the bears.
Thank you, Ms. Winkley. Any questions for this person? Okay, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate your testimony. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Welcome. Tell us who you are.
Good evening. My name is Bob Gill, and I'm the president of the South Fork Community Council. And I live in an area that is probably most affected by bears more than anybody else. My wife, I hope, forwarded you a resolution of about 25 of our neighbors suggesting that this is an educational problem, not necessarily a bear problem. I think that I agree with what this lady said previously. In our area, we're going to have those lockable trash cans, and I think they will go a long way toward preventing the bear problem. And I don't know, I very much see it as an educational problem, and I also see it, the city as sort of poaching Fish and Game's jurisdiction. Traditionally, the state has a responsibility for the wildlife. I'm sympathetic to some of the comments I've heard. They feel that they're not doing the job, but my experience has been the exact opposite. Rick Sinott has always come out and posted anytime there's been a bear problem, and I don't think it's a great sacrifice to not to walk a trail when there's some clear danger there. I think this is Alaska. We have risk every day of our lives. We take a risk when we drive on the Seward Highway. We take a risk even coming to this meeting. And it's just the way things are. I've lived in the South Fork 15 years. There has never been a mauling incident by any bear in the South Fork among our neighbors, and we walk the trails. But no one walks the trails at 2 o'clock in the morning when the salmon are running. You have to exercise some modicum of discretion, and I think it's totally within Fish and Game's right to close a trail when the salmon are running, or if, say, there's been a young moose calf that has been taken down. It's as I said, it's just part of the thing. And if, as I said previously, 25 of my neighbors signed it, and it only took me an hour to get the signatures, I believe if I spent any time at all, I could have had 300 signatures on this petition. And we are most affected by it. We're right on the edge of the park. I'm sympathetic to what some of the people said, the higher bear uses, and I actually agree with what Dave Donnelly said in one sense, that when you stock the rivers with fish, the bears eat the fish, and you're going to have to either do something about that, or that is definitely a factor. And I don't see the problem necessarily as being the bears. And if you shoot a whole bunch of bears at the end of the valley, some more bears are just going to come up as long as there's fish in the river. And there's a great constituency for fishing in the state too, so I think that would be very difficult to stop that. Therefore,
Mr. Gill, please wrap it up. We do have questions for you.
Sure. Therefore, the best thing to do is an educational process in bear safety, and I think the state is more than capable of doing that.
Thank you very much. We do have your petition. It was distributed by the clerk. It came by fax. Mr. Starr, you have a question for Mr. Gill?
I do. That was a petition and not a resolution by the South Fork Council. They didn't take a position then, is that right?
We talked about it, Bill, but because we didn't have your bill, we didn't actually know.
Sir, could you please speak into the mic?
Because we didn't have your bill, we didn't actually know, what type of a resolution to come up with.
So what you submitted to us, though, was your efforts to walk around and petition in your neighborhood?
It's the efforts in the River Park neighborhood, which are very much probably are more affected by bears than anyone else. Now we have all the free closed trash cans, and I think they're going to go a long way to solving the bear problem. What this other lady said about trash is very true. If we get these bears addicted to the trash, it isn't going to matter. You're not going to be able to stop them. And
exactly. Yeah. Well, I don't disagree, and I appreciate Alaska Waste responded to my formal request to issue those bears cans for free in your neighborhood. If you didn't know that as well, I offered it all the way up South Fork. They were very amenable to that because they're very interested in that. But I appreciate using those cans, and we'll just see where this goes. Thank you.
But very much, Bill, people do not want to hunt in our area. If you have, there's a spring bear hunt in the back of the valley every year. If you had a brown bear hunt in the back of the valley, people really wouldn't complain about that. But as far as having a bear cop, most people feel that's duplicative. And as far as having a hunt in the South Fork area, I can tell you that has gone over like a lead balloon. People, they do not want to hunt in that area. The houses are too close, and they feel it's way too dangerous. Any other questions?
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Thank you very much
all
for
for the
coming.
opportunity.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Anyone else wishing to be heard this evening on this item?
Good evening. Dave Keddington. I live up in Stuckagon Heights. I've lived up there for 10 years. I'm a 15-year Alaskan. I strongly encourage you all to pass that resolution. We need something with some teeth, and that's no pun intended. I'm tired of paying taxes, my property taxes and my park and rec taxes, and not being able to use it. I could stand up here for probably an hour and tell you stories where my family is completely petrified now to go outside. My family aren't a bunch of greenhorns that don't understand the state of Alaska. They have thousands of hours in the Mat-Su Valley out there in the rivers, and they're a whole lot more scared about walking out of their backyard in Stuckagon Heights or jumping on their bike and riding down in the Far North Bicentennial Park. That's not right. A quick analogy might be, if I'm sure most of you guys are around here in the mid-'90s when we had that horrific accident with the AWACS out at Elmendorf. You know, the parallelisms are staggering. We had a goose population, a wild animal problem there that we attracted with a bunch of grass, and we didn't take affirmative action. Our leadership at Elmendorf Air Force Base failed the people, and we killed almost 30 airmen because we didn't take action. I hope this leadership will do something a little bit different there. We've had plenty of warning signs with these bears, no less than 5 times last year. You know, we had some type of a bear incident that was highly publicized, and even after the 5th time, we drug our feet for a couple more days before we finally took some action. So I'd kind of like to have my neighborhood back, and I'd kind of like to have my park back. One quick story to show you how brazen the bears have been. Last summer I live up in Stuckagon Heights, all the way up there. My family was out just hanging out. My daughter has a spray washer running. I've got another daughter out running around the yard with the dogs, playing frisbee and the likes, and I'm out there doing some manual labor. The bears are so unafraid of us. Brown bear comes out of the top of the cul-de-sac, walks down the cul-de-sac, takes a left-hand turn down my driveway, and proceeds to come into my yard with all that action. That's not normal bear behavior. It's not normal bear behavior for my wife to be riding her bike in Bicentennial Park, have a black come run up a hill next to her, and then parallel her on the trail for 10 to 20 yards. That's not normal bear behavior. So please, I implore you to take some positive action so that the big wildlife that we sort of want, which is we live in a city, like Mr. Donnelly said. I don't live in McGrath. There's a reason why I chose to live in Anchorage. So please give me some protection that I should be afforded when I live in a city.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir. We have a number of questions for you. Please stay at the microphone. Mr. Starr. Okay. Mr. Birch.
I just wanted to thank you for your comments and your testimony. I wholeheartedly concur and have had much the same reaction in the proximity. As far as I'm concerned, we've got 5 million acres of Chugach State Park that we can push the bears back into and basically leave everything this side of the mountains to the people that actually live here.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think the Bicentennial Park is only 4,000 acres. That's a pretty small footprint. It is our golden jewel of Anchorage. I mean, holy smokes, that thing's an incredible asset. Most cities would give anything to have something like that. But that's for the people, to ride their bikes, to walk their dogs, to walk with their families, not to go out and be afraid they're going to, lose their life.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, you said that you used the example of the AWACS crash, and you said that grass was planted that attracted the geese. Wouldn't it have been smarter not to attract the geese in the first place? I mean, the parallel obviously is the trash. We've got trash that's attracting bears into the more urbanized areas. If we weren't attracting them in the first place, wouldn't that be a smarter way to handle the problem?
Sir, I'm not a game management expert, but I will tell you at that time that I guess I've been in aviation for 25 years of my life. I guess that by definition makes me an aviation expert. At that time, we had not advanced our understanding of the impacts of grasses and the likes with birds, et cetera. I know since then, Elmendorf unfortunately became the benchmark for how to run anti-bird programs. But honestly, I think I'm the wrong person to answer the question regarding what's attracting the bears. I'm not an expert in that, but what I am an expert on is I want my land back, and that's where I think the experts need to decide how we can claim our bicentennial park back.
And I understand your aviation analogy, having flown through a flock of geese in a small plane, which was probably the scariest thing ever happened to me in my life. How do they handle the geese out on Elmendorf now? Do they just kill all the geese, or do they try to scare them away? Always harass.
It was a very long program. They removed all the eggs, basically got them to go to different places they don't belong. They still have what they call bird watch conditions, so they also scare them away. They kill them. I will tell you now, I work out there also part-time now. Compared to what I saw in the mid-'90s, it's incredibly rare for me to see because of the positive actions they took up to and including killing geese.
Right.
They tried to remove a lot of them. They took away the grasslands. They planted trees so they wouldn't land, et cetera. A lot of more passive type of measures, but they weren't afraid to take active measures.
And I agree with you. A comprehensive approach is probably a good thing. If you have a bear that's not afraid of people, the bear has to die.
Yes, sir. And unfortunately, that seems to be more the norm. At least as a resident, my observation has been they don't give a darn. It wasn't until I got in my vehicle and actually got really close to this bear before I got his attention. He had no business coming that close. He should have been afraid of me, but he wasn't.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I was to follow along with the analogy, and, you know, I do remember with all of our geese, and we had a lot of geese at our house, and one of the things that they had stopped doing with the bird population was allowing people to collect eggs. And that's been happening statewide now, and it's been happening on a national basis. We have a situation in Anchorage where we have streams that have salmon, but we also have had a lot of mild winters. And we have moose, because of the mild winters, that have had twins. And as you know, with game goes in cycles, and you have a large population of whatever is the meal and whatever is the predator, and it goes with how many more babies each of them have. I always give it as the bunny rabbit lesson. The more bunny rabbits you have, the more you have lynx, and then the more you have, etc. And we have that problem here in the bowl, and we have a lot of moose. And the only way we're culling moose is with cars and bears. So I just, you know, we look at this problem, and I appreciate everybody's interest, and I appreciate your concerns, and I appreciate, and as Mr. Gutierrez says, if you have a rogue bear, you need to kill it. But I think we have to think about this in a holistic manner, just like you were saying with the geese. And so we need to think about the moose, and we need to think about the bears. And I, you know, Mr. Starr and I have this conversation. I'm sorry about your yard, and I'm sorry about the rogue bear, but I think that really, the other thing is that we do have, by statute, Fish and Game is the responsible party. And until we have an arrangement where we work with them as a municipality, I don't think it's going to work.
I will tell you, ma'am, respectfully, from a citizen's perspective, the current policies don't work. That was incredibly too passive last summer. Too many hints along the way. Those two ladies shouldn't have gone through what they had to have gone through. There was plenty of hints. So I'm not an expert on procedures. I guess that's where you folks come in. But I would certainly appreciate as a citizen a much more aggressive
but I mean, and there was an issue. There was
Ms. Johnston.
Well,
we need to,
sorry.
we need
Anyway,
to limit it to
nocturnal,
questions.
but it's anyway. I just thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any more questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Anyone else at all? The public hearing on this item, what's the wish of the body? Yes. Ms. Phillips, welcome. Still tell us who you are.
Whitewater. Thank you for letting me speak as a member of the public. I live in Bob Gill's neighborhood, and I would really urge you to consider mandatory garbage cans. The children in my neighborhood were charged by a grizzly last year in my yard, and the children have been dealt with grizzlies on their walk home from the bus stop. They walk back switchbacks. So it is a real safety issue in my neighborhood, and we spoke about this. I think my neighbors don't want to see bears killed, but we do need to see those garbage cans in place. On Thursday mornings, I can look out my window and see the one Grizzly charged go down from driveway to driveway, checking the cans. And it's the same one that gave us so much trouble last year. So, I personally saw 10 different bears, 4 of which were personal encounters, like from me to you, as did the children in my neighborhood. So I really appreciate you taking up this issue. It is a real safety issue. And the kids can't take bear pepper on the bus. So the children are without their normal protection that they are required to carry all the time at my house. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several questions for you. Dr. Selcraig.
Are you aware that when we talked about, I think were in the room, when we talked about our new trash system and the fact that the new cans that the new cans that we've purchased are not bear-proof. And I guess through you, I will express my continual frustration with the administration with this attitude that the cans are too expensive, so we can't, we haven't been able to get them. And the fact is that we've engaged in purchasing an entire new system, and we don't have a can that's bear-proof. And so I think that it raises this issue where the right hand isn't really helping the left hand in terms of what our goals are.
It's not our service area. She
well, but in my service area, it's my service area, and if you start looking around the city, we have in place with our own municipal. I mean, you raise an issue that I think that clearly your recognition of the trash is part of it. But what's interesting is that every person who's spoken tonight has raised these issues. There's no question here. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig, thank you. Hold on, there's a couple more questions for you. I'm just making a general announcement. If you heard that buzzing a moment ago, somebody's cell phone is looking for its tower. Everybody in front of a microphone, please turn your cell phones off or on airplane mode, because this does end up in the recording and it isn't any fun for people trying to see what our meeting. I don't know who it is. I turned mine on airplane mode. Turn them off, please. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, question for Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just not really a question, but Ms. Phillips brought up this issue of the school district last fall, and I did address that to the school district, and I haven't really heard a response from them. But it is an issue. If these young people aren't allowed to carry what would be appropriate protection on the bus, when they get off the bus and they're just dropped and let go, they're in danger. So that is something we need to deal with. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate
Thank you for bringing that up with the school district.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Starr, question for Ms. Phillips.
The trash can's working. I got your call. I probably got 30 last summer. Yeah. They work in your neighborhood in terms of that. Alaska Waste, it was very accommodating in that neighborhood. The bears are still there, though.
The problem is not all of the neighbors use them. You could almost go through and tell which houses have children, because they all have the bear cans. And the bear cans have all been mauled and held up. So, but not all the neighbors use them. That's why I know it's difficult, but I would urge you to consider mandatory. Because unless we're all using it, they're still going to cruise through. Thursday's our trash day, and you can just sit in my porch and see them come on through.
And they leave, they cross the river and they come into my neighborhood. Yeah. We can see each other's house across the river. Yeah. So, we don't have a trash issue in our neighborhood. We've never seen scattered trash. We have 35 houses, but the bears are still there on our porch. Maybe it's barbecues, the bird feeder thing. I mean, it never ends, but the immediacy of the concern. I heard your voice when you called me, how scared you were, and I'm just moved to do something. So thanks for speaking up. I appreciate you speaking tonight.
Thank you. We have several more questions. Mr. Abbott? Oh, you had your say. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Johnston?
I just wanted to say that I understand from Alaska Waste that they're having a new test of their new trash cans at the zoo in the next couple of weeks. It's in May, and so we are all invited.
Well, I can say from personal, they hold up.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnston. Ms. Osiander, question for Ms. Phillips.
Which school?
My children attend Homestead, so it'd be Green, Homestead, Eagle River. And the switchback, it's about a mile down. So they've dealt with grizzlies on their way down.
There is an exception in state law that would enable this to happen, and I'll help you with it.
Thank you.
Second question. Did you call Fish and Game when this charging What
Yes.
happened?
Yes, we did. They came out, it occurred because the brown bear killed a small moose calf and buried it in my yard. And so the kids were playing in the neighborhood, not near the bear, but near enough to the kill site that the bear charged.
Okay.
They came out, and their advice was that we all stay in our houses for a few days.
That was the advice?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Second question. You said you'd support a mandatory requirement. Are you aware that the draft language for Title 21 calls for mandatory along certain stream corridors? Would that be sufficient?
I was not aware of it. I think that's wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
It
thank
calls-
you.
I'm
Thank you, Ms.
sorry.
Osiander. Any more questions for Ms. Phillips? Okay, seeing none, you know where to find her. Thank you for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard on bears tonight? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, what's the wish of the body? Should we continue this public hearing until April 28th, following the public meeting that Public Safety Committee is going to have?
Madam Chair, I move 2008-253.
Second.
I'd like to
that's
speak
been-
to that.
That's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciate the testimony over time, and again, I'll put it out that it was submitted on October 28th after a previous public safety meeting where we heard it was posted, and now we've gone a full winter. I'm not inclined to postpone anymore. I've carried the water about this, in the action item that I see fit was a summary of what I heard, what I think to be right. I spent a lot of time out in the woods. I spent a lot of time in my neighborhood. There was all kinds of things that I threw out that I wanted to try, perhaps based enforcement on zoning district. An R1 response would be different than an R6. But it kept coming back to the mandate of the state game folks, the people that do the responsibility party right now. They have a wildlife management mandate. That's where they're at. You'll never get them to recognize their duties and responsibilities primarily to the citizens from a public safety atmosphere. That's where I'm at, is that I don't get a sense that in the management of the wildlife that the citizen's safety will come first. That's why I'm adamant that we sort of move the topic either up or down or that, but fostering the dialogue through another public safety meeting. We've just had now 2 public opportunities to speak. We had one at the previous meeting. We've had one here tonight. To go out of the profile and kick it back to committee seems to be not appropriate. There is an S version out there, but it speaks to another tactic, an adoption of a plan that was written in 2000. It's not being considered at the Title 21 Rewrite Committee. I don't support taking it to Public Safety Committee. I would like to move an amendment to the original. If others are in the queue to speak to it, I'd like to move an amendment, if I can do that now.
I have 5 people in the queue, Mr. Starr. If you could hold the amendment for a few minutes and let them be heard on.
No, I'd like to go ahead and let him speak.
I'd like to move the amendments where we take Section 6 and Section 7, which is on the second page, line 11 through 17. I'd like to strike those from this resolution.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Starr. You're doing what?
Removing Section 6 and Section 7
Where is it? I've lost it.
on the back page.
I lost it. What did I do with it? I had it here. I lost it. I just had it.
Okay.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Any objection to deletion of paragraph 6 and 7 on page 2? Okay, seeing no objection, those items are removed. Let's continue the conversation. Mr. Starr, did you want to speak to your deletion?
Are we speaking to the amendment, or did it just pass?
Yeah, we just passed an amendment. We just put the amendment on the floor. I haven't.
There's several aspects. That's somewhat contentious because it alludes to the only opportunity is to kill the animals, and that's really not my primary goal. Other recommendations would be hazing, effective response, educated and clear communication, tracking. It's all in here. The other thing is that those decisions in 6 and 7 are Board of Game decisions. We can influence them. Board of Games already met. They did some action that helps the problem, but they won't meet for some time, as duly noted by the administration. So taking 6 and 7 out, takes away some of the hunt criteria. That can be a different day, a different argument, and a different body, not this one.
Okay. Mr. Starr moved the amendment, and Ms. Osiander, did you second it? Okay. Mr. Coffey seconded? Okay. All right. And it was accepted without objection. Further discussion on this item as amended. Ms. Osiander. Okay. I've got 4 people in the queue. I got Mr. Gutierrez followed by Mr. Birch. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate those deletions, and I feel a lot better about this. Now, I'm going to propose another amendment. I move that on page 1, section 2 of the resolution be stricken. Yeah, it was unanimous consent. That section 2 be stricken and everything subsequent be renumbered. We're in a time, well, actually, I'll wait for a second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. You want to?
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair. We're in a time when the city is contracting significantly. We're talking about not hiring police officers, and yet this section talks about tapping the police department budget, among others, to create a new position to duplicate services already provided by the state of Alaska. Now, we can certainly argue, and there's probably a lot of merit in the argument, that the state's not doing what we want them to do. But I think there are other things in this resolution talking about working more closely in cooperation with the state, coming up with cooperative agreements with the state that get us to where we're going. I think that the notion of hiring a new taxpayer-funded position at a time when we're not adding police, we're not adding firefighters, we're finding any means we can to cut to reduce a budget deficit, when we're asking our public employee unions to take a hit and to take cuts to their contracts, I just don't think this is a good idea. Now, at the time this was written, we didn't have all these problems. We weren't in the kind of bind that we are today, and I understand that, but we are in that bind today. So I think that, frankly, I could wholeheartedly support this resolution if that section were eliminated as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. That item has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on deletion of paragraph 2?
Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I'm looking at, if we delete section 2, which I wholeheartedly agree with, Mr. Gutierrez, that we probably need to delete 3, 4, and 5 because they are all related to the wildlife specialist. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'm in the queue, too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Who's next? I had half a dozen people on here before the amendment was made. I either can delete all of you or I can take you.
You can delete me because I
Okay.
want to speak to the amendment real briefly.
Okay, let me just delete everybody for a minute and stop being confused here. I apologize. And now I'm going to ask you to log back in a moment. Otherwise, delete. Okay, I've got Ms. Osiander next. To the amendment to delete item 2.
Clarify that I didn't read this as necessarily creating a new employee position. It says a contract, which is along the lines with what occurs already on military bases. I believe that it's a contract the same way that additional security is a contract. It was the intent here. So I think that mitigates some of the concern.
Okay, I have Ms. Handyside from the Office of the Municipal Manager. Shall we let her speak next? Since this is under the Office of the Municipal Manager. Go ahead, Ms. Handyside.
Yes, I just wanted, through the chair, I just wanted to point out kind of the broader perspective that the municipality has over the past few months been in conversations with the Department of Fish and Game. And we had spoken with Mr. Gutierrez about having the public safety open meeting on the 23rd, the work session on the 24th, with the understanding that they would come and then testify on the 28th. And so I think that their absence is leaving a gap in maybe the technical perspective of how this resolution should move forward. I think what we've heard a lot of tonight is we've heard about moose twins, stocking of fish, we've heard hunting, education, enforcement of garbage. There are so many variables. What the S version does, and I'm only bringing this up because I want to make sure that this is included as you think through this current resolution. The S version speaks to the support of Fish and Game's extensive survey effort that they're about to embark upon this spring, summer. They'll include public meetings. It will include surveys. It will be an update of the 2000 Living with Wildlife in Anchorage plan. And so we just feel that the technical expertise in Fish and Game can help us make these challenging decisions as a community, perhaps in the future. But absent that technical perspective, I think that it's kind of maybe perhaps a one-sided discussion this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Handyside. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, we're not speaking to the S version respectfully. So what I'm speaking to the amendment, however, and I think by removing the section 2 as suggested here on this amendment, it pretty much guts the whole purpose of having an additional resource that deals specifically empowered to address public safety under the purview and the control of the municipality. Ms. Osiander is correct in that the inference was perhaps a contracted agency. We do it with small animal control. Now Doyon provides our small animal control. Military bases have contracted companies. And again, with the seasonality of it all, you're not looking to have a full-time paid employee do this. And so I think the duties and responsibilities are solidly spelled out, and they report directly to the city manager for further tweaking of just what that agency, entity, or person would do. So I don't support the amendment. I think it guts the intention of it, and I would rather it stay in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn, on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I had some of the same concerns Mr. Gutierrez voiced in terms of bringing a new employee on, and the sponsor's intent that perhaps would be a contract position somewhat allays that concern. What I don't really like as much with this is, I think this is the sort of function that our Parks and Recreation employees, a department, should be engaged in terms of formulating plans and coordinating with the state and that sort of thing. And I'm frankly not sure. I was under the impression we were at least going to consider delaying on this, and so I wasn't going to write my amendment tonight, and I don't think I can on the fly. I don't think that would be effective, but I would really like to see this more of a programmatic approach as opposed to we have a person who goes and works these negotiations with Rick Sennett or the Board of Game or whoever it is. So I think that sort of speaks to the intent of what you want to do, Mr. Starr, and what you want to do, Mr. Gutierrez, but not exactly, and I'm not sure how to proceed. So sorry about that. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
You are 1, 2, 3 away. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Gutierrez.
Madam Chair, Mr. Flynn has inadvertently thrown a monkey in the wrench as far as my thinking, and I would love to hear your input on this. But first of all, to the amendment, since we're speaking to the amendment at the moment, trying to stay focused. With due respect, I realize this is not an employee we're talking about, Ms. Osiander, but we're still talking about spending tax dollars to hire somebody to do a job that somebody else is already doing. And in this particular fiscal climate, I just can't justify that. We're talking about deleting $3,000 here, $1,000 there from vital services that other people aren't providing, and yet now we're talking about paying somebody however much it would take to do a job that the state is already doing. Whether they're doing it well or not is clearly open for debate, and I think we can have that debate. But perhaps we should finish this amendment and then move on toward Mr. Flynn's area of discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I still have 4 people waiting to log in on this amendment. Mr. Birch, followed by Dr. Selkirk.
Basically, what needs to happen is we need to vote the amendment down, and then we need to pass the resolution. You know, this is dated, it was actually submitted for reading in October 28th. In 2 weeks, that will be 6 months. So we've had 6 months to deliberate on this resolution. It's basically a statement of intent that says we ought to do what we can as an assembly organization to maintain the safety and security of our citizens, and in my case, my neighbors. And I think this is you know, obviously it's a step in the right direction. We've had testimony about the concerns that we have in areas that are proximate to some of the wildlife and the bears. You know, I was thinking in October we'd have plenty of time, but you know, 6 months have drifted by, and we're into spring, and we're going to be dealing with bear problems again. The fact is, the state is not doing the job. It's not their job. The safety and protection of the public is vested, in my view, in the assembly. We have, you know, public safety as a highlight. I think we've been made aware of the threats that have been brought to bear on those that choose to use these parks in proximity with the bears. And I think what we need to do is, this is a statement of intent, and I would encourage the body to vote down the proposed amendment and advance the resolution. And if we want to do something better later, then fine, we can amend it downstream. But I would encourage a vote no on the amendment and affirmative on the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selkirk.
I can appreciate Mr. Birch's frustration and Mr. Starr's frustration. I think I share their frustration for different reasons, but the fact is that we have spent almost 9 months talking about this, and I guess I'm profoundly disappointed with the S version tonight, because there are important, this problem requires a comprehensive solution, and it relates to this amendment, because the fact is if we're going to have a wildlife safety specialist, there's probably a broader job description than is listed here, and it's a job description that engages in preventive actions as well as responding to crisis situations. So, I mean, I am sorry. Actually, I'm not ready to vote on this tonight, but I'm ready to vote on it next week, because we are, in fact, at the edge of the new problem. And what I'm very disappointed in is that we've spent and we had so much time to spend on this, and we're still talking about consulting with the state, and we're still talking about the things that we need to do when we haven't done them yet. So I'm ready to put personal time into this week, work on one of these versions, and make it a whole version that clearly we have a crisis in this town. And we have a crisis, one, because people are afraid to go in their yards, but at the same time, we are living in an environment where I'm not an advocate for just shooting a lot of animals. I think we have the responsibility to do a lot of preventive actions. So neither one of these seem to be very whole documents. And so I could support, I mean, I don't want to remove this number 2, but what I do want to do is expand the responsibilities, and I don't want to have to do it on the fly tonight. But I'm glad to work on it between now and next week and come back with a more comprehensive description of what this job would be, and then leave this role in here, but have it address a broader menu of things, including, you know, citing people around trash. I mean, we should start making it a big deal to leave piles of trash around. So I guess I'm as frustrated as other people on this body that we're now in April, and we had one public hearing. We're going to have another public hearing. I mean, I'm not sure that we need to hear very much more than sides that were presented tonight, and that is people are very concerned about killing wild animals and don't want to do it, and people are frightened to be in their yards. It's going to take a comprehensive solution here, and I'm really frustrated that we don't have...
Madam Chair, can I just respond as the author? I'd just like to note that number 4, if you'll turn the page, speaks to the requirements in the statement there of the wildlife specialist. Requirements are and authorized to enforce trash management policies, proactive and corrective management in repeat offenders, increased education, convening public awareness forums, and issue citations as appropriate.
And
that's very clear language on what this person or entity is going to do.
And Mr. Starr, I think we also have to address an analysis of land use development. For example, when Carol Como explained to me that the new trail in Eagle River was a bear problem, she recognized that Rick Sennett said it was a bear problem. She talked about kids running in groups to be safe on that trail. That's ridiculous. So, I mean, I think that we really need to take the time to look at all these pieces. And I applaud you for the work you've done, and I'm sorry that I haven't put more work into your
Well, as it is
work.
a debate, they closed the service trails, Ms. Selcraig, and those service trails have been there 20 years. And so, you know, we don't just have new and developing trails, but we're advancing into this area that we're shutting down current resources. And I would debate you that we'll need to do something as opposed to that. You're not addressing it at Title 21 in all the aspects of wildlife management either. And even if we did, that wouldn't satisfy
well, I think we need some
service
standards.
high or upper hilltop trails. So thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Ms. Johnston, and I hear the police chief might want to give us his opinion on this. Ms. Johnston, you're next.
Yes, this is to the amendment. If I remember correctly, the budget that was passed last fall had this position in it. And
No.
can you remember, I thought it was one of the new positions that was asked for by the Parks and Rec. This is a question.
There's nothing in the office of the municipal manager.
No, this would have been Parks and Rec. There was an additional
This
position.
position speaks, the resolution speaks to a position in the office of the municipal manager.
Okay, but there was a position to do a safety ranger of sorts, right?
Yes. Well, technically,
Okay.
it takes budget items from various departments as listed down on that, and I thought we did do a park ranger upgrade in the budget. And so, you know, again, the idea here as an author was to take budgets from co-shared budgets, and we did a park ranger in Parks and Rec so that they would be able to contribute to the cooperative efforts as well as Eagle River Parks and Rec. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Ray Jackson on that issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going to say in another way the same thing that Mr. Sargent said. The budget did include a park superintendent or ranger, whatever you want to call it, and then 2 other staff. So I believe it was 3 positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Osiander and Dr. Selcraig, the final 2 on this amendment.
Thank you. I think that the state does an excellent job of wildlife management, but does not do a good job at public safety. Witness Ms. Phillips' comments that they told her, stay in your house. Second thing, the administration says that the state is redoing their bear plan. In conjunction with Title 21, I recently called the state to talk to them about their bear plan to see if what we were putting forward in Title 21 accurately reflects the bear plan. We got a copy of that plan. We discussed it in committee. What they're doing this next year is they collared a bunch of bears last year. This coming summer, they're going to create maps that reflect where the bears went that were collared. They never told me that they were going to rewrite that document that they've already prepared, the bear management plan. You will see when you get 7 that we discussed and incorporated some of the recommendations from the bear plan specifically in regard to wildlife corridors along streams. Not all of them, but some of them. And I would suggest that we are looking at the land management. We had a specific amendment that Dr. Selcraig put in that we would confer on trails in those corridors with Fish and Game. I urge that the amendment for deletion be defeated. Thank you.
Thank you. One more person, Dr. Selcraig, on the amendment. You're letting go? Okay.
Let's vote.
All right, let's vote to delete. A yes vote will delete paragraph 2, lines 31 through 35 on page 1.
Ms. Osiander, Mr. Flynn, Ms. Johnston.
I did vote. I
Vote again.
Ms. Johnston.
Yeah, to delete the position.
That failed.
That fails 4 yes to 6 no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Birch, was that you? Okay. No, just a minute. Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, as it stands, am opposed to this resolution for reasons already stated. Expending tax dollars to duplicate effort. Also, you know, we heard a lot of heard a lot of testimony on both sides, and this is a very emotional issue, and I recognize that. What this comes down to for me is I realize a lot of people moved here to try to make Anchorage and Alaska exactly like the place where they came from, whether that be a rural setting somewhere else or Trenton, New Jersey, for lack of a better example. That's a bad example. I wouldn't want to live there. Sorry, Elvie. I didn't come to Alaska to make Anchorage as sterile as the place from which I came. Not that it was that sterile, growing up in rural Indiana, but to me, the question behind this particular resolution, and in particular Section 2, and fortunately some of the things that have been deleted, are about sterilization of the city to a certain extent. We do have legitimate public safety concerns, and I recognize those. And we do need to spur the state to do more than they do. Ultimately, however, wildlife management is not the jurisdiction of the municipality. It's not something that we have or should have a hand in. Wildlife management belongs to the state. For those reasons, I will be opposing this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Johnston, and then Mr. Birch.
Yes, I'd like to make two amendments.
Yes.
And on line 33, I would like to strike, on page 1, I would like to strike qualified to manage, and in place of it, shoot, now I can't read my own writing. Will be to not define to yes, to address, thank you, because I don't know what I wrote here. Will address the issue of nuisance and dangerous bears.
This individual,
This individual will address the issue of nuisance and dangerous bears. And the reason I want to change the wording there is I think we're overstepping our statute. We're not. It wouldn't hold up in court. This is a state mandated. The second,
Okay, just a minute. Okay, we are replacing the words on line 33. Ms. Johnston, if I heard you correctly, you're replacing the words "be qualified to manage" with the words "address the issue of."
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that phrase will then read, if your amendment passes, this individual will address the issue of nuisance and dangerous bears. Okay.
Right.
The amendment is on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion of the amendment. I have Mr. Birch and Mr. Starr logged in here. Do you wish to comment on this amendment? Either. Okay, I'll take you off. Mr. Starr, the amendment, are you all right with this amendment?
Yeah, I am, other than, one of the intents was to sort of bridge into the municipality's requirements, legal or otherwise, on sort of what's the DLP, defensive life and property argument, in that municipal resources such as parks and trails that are owned by the municipality, at the citizen level, we have the defensive life and property rights. And I guess this is where I was trying to expound in that question without throwing it into the courts, but having the defensive life and property mandate in that language. So I appreciate your softening of it a little bit, but I think the DLP discussion may be happening. The state doesn't have the sole right in all cases.
Right, but I think, well.
I'm with you. I'll support it, but
Okay.
thank you for suggesting it.
Do we want to address that amendment first before I bring up my second one?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any further questions? Any further comments on the amendment? Any objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is incorporated into paragraph 2. Additional comments on this
And I have a
resolution as
second
amended?
amendment.
Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Okay, on line 40, I would like to strike including relocating and destroying. I know as far as relocating bears that the permitting for that takes years. And again, I think we have to call in Fish and Game for destroying.
Okay, thank you. Was there a second? Okay. Moved and seconded. Please log in. Okay. I'll restate the amendment. Ms. Johnston has moved to delete from line 40 of page 1 of the resolution the final 4 words, including relocating or destroying. Those are deleted. And I assume there'll be a period after the word action. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Any objection? I'm sorry?
I'm in the queue.
Mr. Birch, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess relocation or destroying the bear, the problem bears, it would seem to me like that would be something that would be either accomplished by or delegated. I seem to recall our Anchorage, our very fine Anchorage Police Department with shotguns being photographed working their way through Bicentennial Park following one of the last bear incidents. I don't think it was, as I recall, if I recall, well, I'm just saying, I think our Anchorage Police Department has actually responded to bear attacks. I mean, I seem to remember seeing some of our APD officers with shotguns going in to try to go to the area where the young lady was assaulted last year. And I guess I'm just trying to understand the difference between, who does the protection here.
I think the Chief is ready to tell us what the police department has
done.
What
the police department has done and will do continually is we will always respond if there's a threat to life. We'll get there and we'll assess the situation and we'll dispatch the animal as we've done so many times before, whether it be a moose or a bear. Now, what we do is we work very closely with Rick Sinnott and Jesse, and we try to coordinate with them because when a call comes into our dispatch center as a wildlife call or a wildlife problem, they get the call. The call comes in on 911 that there's an imminent threat to somebody's life or safety, then we respond and we dispatch the animal if we happen to get there when the animal is still there providing the threat.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions for the police chief? Thank you, Mr. Birch. Thank you, Chief Hume. Mr. Starr. Okay, thank you. Let's see. All right. Any further discussion on this item? If not, this resolution is before us as Dr. Selkirk. One final comment.
Seems that we've made an effort to address everything possible here. My last question is there a way to address the issue of what the carrying capacity is in this bowl for moose and bear? I mean, that's really the issue.
Okay.
Well, I mean, is it coordinating with the state?
I believe that's what the state is undertaking at the moment.
Yes. So what's the mechanism of referencing that? The state's, I mean, the issue is that we have a lot of baby moose born and that really attract a lot of bears into the city. So anyhow, it just seems to me that that's another element of the problem. So who's going to be addressing that?
Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Selkirk. The amendment was still in front of us.
Okay.
Is there any objection to deletion of the last 4 words on line 40?
No.
Seeing no objection, those words are deleted. Any final comments on this item? Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand. There have been a number of amendments here, and I want to make sure I understand I think I've got them all down here. My sense is at this point that this is primarily a staff position at this point, and that the goal is that we would have somebody who would bring on a contractor to work to address issues associated with nuisance and dangerous bears, and to work with the Department of Fish and Game and to enforce garbage policies. I think that's the impact of the resolution that's the language changes that are before us.
Mr. Abbott, on paragraph 2, line 31, that paragraph remains in the final version as amended prior to a final vote by this body.
Correct, but the language that talked about what the individual, the contractor would do has been changed. And instead of managing nuisance and dangerous bears, they're going to address the issue of nuisance and dangerous bears.
That's correct. That was how it was amended.
Assuming that there's the funding's identified, and that's a separate conversation, obviously, with the Assembly. And then on line 3, the the wildlife specialist would determine threat levels of reported bears and take appropriate action. And then we're down to, I believe it was 6 and 7 that were deleted. So the individual, and I need to verify that that code does not require that trash code enforcement can be done by a contractor, but presuming that's possible, then the individual would do trash code enforcement and would work on specialized response training for personnel associated with bear management. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. Any further comments?
Yes,
Mr. Coffey? That was a yes. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey. Then I have Dr. Selcraig and Mr. Starr.
It's probably not perfect, Mr. Starr's resolution. But we've heard and heard and heard, and we need to start the process of dealing with a problem. What I don't want to do is have to look at some parent or some husband or wife whose child or spouse or other significant person has been mauled by a bear because we sat here and looked at what I call 14H, which is 27 committee members talking about this for another 6 months or longer. Let's try this. Let's start with this, and let's see where it goes. There's nothing that prevents us from revisiting it when we learn more. We've gotten rid of the hunting, which was the biggest problem. This thing makes some sense. We can say we're trying to address the problem, and I believe in reality we are. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm going to try an additional amendment. On number 1, I'd like lines 28 and 29, I'd like to add, I'd like it to read, expand the formal municipal policies to include bear management strategies, a bear response plans, and expansion of, and then I would delete aggressive, I would just say bear behaviors. I mean, I think this is a comprehensive thing. So what it would do is it would be the expansion of
hold on a second, Dr. Selcraig.
I want to read it through once.
Please.
Okay. A expansion of a formal municipal policies to include bear management strategies, bear response plans, and expansion of municipal land management policies to address bear behaviors.
Okay. That's, is there a second? That dies for lack of second. Mr. Birch? Okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Starr still would like to speak to his issue. Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Just to clarify, Mr. Abbott's comments in summary were pretty good, except as it relates to number 1. Would your office entertain writing the formalized response plans, seeing as that the agency or the individual would report to your office, or what's your expectation there? Do you want us to continue formal guidelines and policy statements, or what my interpretation in authoring this was that your office would entertain the policy directives for that employee or agency?
I think it should be vested at someplace in the administration. I don't think there's an objection to vesting it in the municipal manager's office. I think we'd get a lot of contributions from a lot of other agencies.
I'm with you, and that's where the formalization of the plan, I don't particularly get too jumped up on what it is, as long as it's something that's consistent and formally written down for directive to this person or this agency. So as long as that's your understanding, I'm good to go, and let's urge approval. Thank you.
Okay. Just a minute. Dr. Selcraig, one final stab at this. Okay, thank you. This item is before us as amended. Does anybody need me to repeat the amendments? Okay, I will not repeat the amendments. Please vote.
Dr. Selcraig? They will now.
That item passes 8-2. All right. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I've been told by the administration there's 2 must-do items. Would you like to go to them now?
Yeah, that works.
Move to change the order of the day to take up 13O and 14A in that order, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any objection to changing the order of the day to address 13O and 14A? Seeing none, let's move to 13O. Okay, just a second. Let's do that in a minute. We have lots of time. It's only 9:30. Okay. 13O, Resolution AR 2009-53, a resolution appropriating $200,000 from Amendment Number 1 to a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities and the Municipality of Anchorage. Highway-to-highway connection, H2H project. This item is open for public hearing. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Thank you. Any objection to passage of this item? Okay, seeing none, that item passes. 14A, a new public hearing, Resolution AR 2009-85, a resolution ratifying a letter of agreement amending the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters Local 1264, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 191-2009. This item is open for public hearing. Is anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Second, Ms. Osiander, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Klayman.
I just want to make sure that the Assembly received, we sent it out yesterday, a section analysis that doesn't give dollar figures per section, but gives an identification of what happens with each change going through the language. And I want to make sure everybody in the Assembly received that, because I know in Ms. Osiander's ordinance that I think is still working on, I think it's contemplated a more detailed analysis, which I think that provides, and I just want to make sure the Assembly did receive that.
Yes, thank you. We did receive that. Any further discussion? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
There's an unsigned copy. I'm assuming it has been signed. Attached to the AR. See, it says at the bottom, it says tentative agreement.
Okay. Ms. Arnold, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, it has not been signed. Just like when we bring a contract to you, it's T8, it's agreed to, and upon your approval, then the document will be signed and executed.
That clarifies it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
Actually, I think Ms. Osiander was going to do the same thing. I wanted to acknowledge the firefighters for stepping forward and participating in this solution. I think it was kind of you, and it's nice to have good partners to work with, so thank you. And I think actually Ms. Osiander was going to say something along those lines as well, so I didn't mean to jump you on that.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Easy. Thank you very much. Any further comments? Seeing and hearing, what is the wish of the body? Is there any objection to unanimous approval of this item? Seeing no objection, this item is accepted. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration. Urge the members vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Any objection to immediate reconsideration? Or let's vote on that one. I don't want to get it backwards. Mr. Starr, did you have a comment?
I'd just like to speak to that. I mean, it's a trust arrangement. The inference that one of us would come up tomorrow and say, guess what? I mean, I appreciate the immediate reconsideration, but it's oftentimes a political strategy to foil that. I take these guys on their word. I really appreciate the energy that they went to their leadership on and said, do it. So, just maybe ask you to reconsider that reconsideration. I think it's a message that I don't want to send. So I don't think it's necessary.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Starr. I made the motion at the request of the union.
The motion has been made and it's on the floor. If you wish to reconsider, please vote yes. If you don't wish to reconsider, immediately vote no. I can't, Madam Clerk, I can't get this in here. Oh, voting in progress. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Very good. If we fail, we are not going to reconsider this item. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for sticking with us through this long evening. Okay. Wait, let's see. How about 12A? Remember this thing? Okay.
Madam Chair, move to bring back item 12A.
Mr. Coffey, I think it's 13A. Was that Ms. Osiander's?
Yes.
I think that's 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. The amendment says 12A.
It says 12A on it.
So we start with a correction to the amendment of correcting the item number to 13A.
2009-27.
13A, my mistake. Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, back to 13A, the ordinance on collective bargaining.
Madam Chair?
Who's speaking?
Me.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, thank
An
you.
amendment was passed out to you. The amendment, however, some language suggested by the administration needed to change. So the amendment that is in writing in front of you should read.
Oh, boy.
Go ahead.
And thank you to Mr. Coffey and Ms. Osiander and Ms. Arnold for a lot of work on this. Although, Ms. Arnold, you might want to get near a microphone for this because I suspect there'll be questions.
Point of, it was taken away and not given back.
It was taken away?
Yeah. She was not happy with her typing job, apparently.
There was a spelling error.
And she took it away and never gave it
but
back.
there are other changes. Let me read it, and if there are questions, then we'll make copies.
We're talking about the 27S amendment.
Correct.
That is in front of us.
So on line 39 of the first page, what would be section D1?
Just a minute.
Wait, are you ready, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Would read as follows. For contracts being reopened or expiring, the office of the mayor shall notify the assembly of impending collective bargaining at least 30 to 45 days. No, 30 to 45 days before the commencement of collective bargaining in order to allow assembly action on policy and directions for contract negotiations. And if I get a second, I'll explain that. It was, and Ms. Arnold will buttress me if I don't adequately explain it. There are some instances where 45 days would be too much and would put them in violation of the law. So that's why we gave them a range of 30 to 45 days. When they can give it to us more than 45 days in advance, they will. Or more than 30 days in advance, they will. When they cannot, 30 days will be the limit. Also, the very first phrase, for contracts being reopened or expiring, Ms. Arnold, would you explain that for me? My brain's mush. I don't even want to try to go there.
Yes, the situation that we're in right now with negotiations with IBEW for the group that are currently non-reps, but they were previously represented by the machinist. They petitioned to the Employee Relations Board, and the Employee Relations Board has recognized them as a bargaining group, an IBEW bargaining group. Per code in 3.70, we are required to enter into negotiations within 30 days in those situations. They're very rare. I'm aware of 2 that have occurred over the past 16 to 20 years, so they don't happen often, but we are required to enter into collective bargaining within 30 days in those situations.
So the intent, I believe, of this particular measure was to deal with those collective bargaining agreements that were either being reopened or were expiring and were going to be renegotiated. So what this amendment does is gives the administration a very clear time frame within which they need to let us know we have the opportunity to provide them advice. That way, they can't give something to us at the 11th hour. We will have adequate time to deal with it. 30 days gives us probably 2 meetings. 45 days might give us 3. So in those instances where 45 days is available to us, that's what we want.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Can I clarify what I heard you say a few minutes ago? Okay, you're replacing in the second line of the amendment that was handed to us that says item 12A, which is actually 13A, all right?
Yes.
You are deleting in the second line upcoming contract negotiations.
Yes, because we wanted to keep the language consistent.
If I could finish, I don't need an explanation. I just want to know that we get the amendment right. You are deleting upcoming contract negotiations and replacing those 3 words with impending collective bargaining.
That is correct.
And the rest of the amendment remains
Is
the
as
same?
typed on the page for you. Yes.
Okay. At least 30 to 45 days before the commencement of collective bargaining in order to allow assembly action on policy and directions for contract negotiations.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion on this amendment? Ms. Osiander? Oh, okay. Any objection to incorporating this amendment? Seeing and hearing no objection, this amendment is incorporated to item 13A. Any further discussion on item 13A as amended? Any objection to approval of this item? Okay, seeing no objection, this item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Way to go, Deb.
Okay, very good. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, where are we?
13I.
Thank you. (13I). We have a continued public hearing, Resolution AR 2009-37, a resolution of Municipality of Anchorage accepting 3 State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan agreements. I'm going to waive my own reading. Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any objection? Ms. Osiander, go ahead. Yes, 13I.
Yeah, and it's 2009-38, not 37.
Oh, did I read the wrong one?
No,
sorry.
you read 37 when you meant 38.
I just want to clarify, that's all. And you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Without objection.
It's the luck
Okay.
roll.
Okay. Yes,
Yes.
thank you. All right. 38. Okay. I'm confused. I'm sure that's not what I read.
That's why I asked, Madam Chair.
I read K. Okay, hold on a second. Let me go back here. We're on 13I, Resolution AR 2009-38, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage confirming and levying assessments for the sewer special improvements within levy upon connection, Luck Roll 08-S-3. No, I'm going to get it on the record. Okay. Any objection to passage of this item? Okay. Seeing,
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Where are you?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Handyside, thank you. Go ahead.
I do have a small, an amendment to make through the chair. It's being
right.
handed out now. Is this the appropriate time to make this amendment?
Yes.
The amendment would be to delete line number 12.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this item?
The explanation is included on the document,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I presume line 13 would also be deleted.
I wonder we're confused. Everybody's
Concur, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Have to state it again.
just a minute.
What, it'd be,
Ms. Handyside, go ahead and state it again, please.
No, it's written. Lines 12 and 13 are deleted.
yeah, page 1 of item 28,
Madam
2009-38,
Chair.
lines 12 and 13 would be deleted, right?
Mr. Primo will state it for you.
Where's he? There.
Through the chair, members of the Assembly, thank you, Ms. Handyside. There are 2 amendments we'd like to make to this roll. The first amendment would be delete Skyway Park Estates Block 8, Lot 12A from the roll. That's line item 12.
Okay, in the list, in the roll itself.
On the roll itself.
Okay. On the 1, 2, 3, 4th page of the item.
Mr. Primo, the amendment we got is different than that.
Mine's correct.
Are you ready?
Okay, so you're deleting Skyway Park Estates from the list of 14.
Block 8, Lot 12A,
Right there.
line 12.
Okay, very good.
Additionally, on line 27, change June 30th to July 31st, 2009.
So moved.
And additionally, on line 29, change June 1, 2009 to July 1, 2009.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, can I question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead,
The
Mr.
one submitted by the administration, do you want us to do that too?
I don't have that one, sir.
You guys speak before. Go ahead.
Yours, do yours.
I just did it.
This.
Yeah, so disregard the one that's the other.
The one I just spoke to is correct, sir.
The administration asked us on the AR itself to delete line 12. We're assuming they mean 12 and 13. My question to you is on the AR itself, page 1, line. Do you want line 12 and 13 deleted? The properties have connected to public sanitary sewer in accordance with the provisions of AMC, so on and so forth.
No, I don't think
No,
so,
sir.
Mr. Coffey. Here.
What was requested to be deleted is on The roll itself,
Okay.
line 12.
So you're just talking about the roll, not the AR. Now
That's
I've
correct.
got you. Thank you
And,
very
and the
much.
date, and the dates though are to the AR, sir.
Okay. And then the dates are on line 27 and line 29. On line 27, we're changing the date to July 31st, 2009, and on line 29, we're changing the date to July 1st, 2009. Is that correct?
Move to approve as suggested by Mr. Freeman.
Okay. Any objections?
Wait, we need to amend it.
Can we have a,
We need to,
the amendment was moved, Ms. Handyside's amendment to delete the line 12 of the Luck roll was, is the,
Oh, Patrick.
oh, okay.
okay.
Nobody ever enters anything.
This is, okay, the First Amendment, is there any objection to the First Amendment of deleting the Luck roll, line 12 of the Luck roll? Seeing no objection, that is amended.
Move to change the dates on line 27 and 29 as per Mr. Primo.
Where's the second, please?
July 31 and July 1.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any objection? Seeing no objection, the dates have been changed. Thank you, Mr. Primo. Any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing no objection, this item passes unanimously. Okay. Item 13J, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage confirming and levying assessments for the water special improvements within McLaren Water Improvement District, WID 2076. This is AR 2009-39. The public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Okay. Any objection to the passage of this item?
Madam Chair?
Let's see. Where are we? Ms. Handyside, thank you.
I would like to try the amendment process again. We have an amendment for this item as well, and I'd like to do it correctly this time.
Okay, just a minute.
And Mr. Primo will make that amendment, and I will hand it out.
Through the chair, members of the assembly, thank you, Ms. Handyside. Similar to the previous AR, on the AR itself, section 3, line 26, amend June 30th, 2009 to July 31st, 2009, and on line 27, continue on line 28, amend June 1, 2009 to July 1, 2009.
Okay.
You got it.
Thank you. Any objection to these amendments, amending these two dates? Seeing no objections, the dates are amended. Any objection to
You don't need any.
accepting this item as amended? Seeing no objections, this item is approved. Okay, item 13K, AR 2009-32. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting 6 State of Alaska Drinking Water Loan Fund agreements in the aggregate amount of $8,100,000 for financing a portion of the costs of the Anchorage Loop Water Transmission Main Phase 4 South Anchorage. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is anyone present wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. Any objection to approval of this item?
I have a point of clarification.
Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Mr. Primo, you don't have to get up, but I have a question about the recent bond failure for the intertie as it relates to Eagle River High School. Is the project cost going to change now that we don't have the bonded money? Well,
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't believe it should, as the design has not changed as a result of the failure of the bonds.
how about the additional footage? I mean, are we tying into where they were going to extend towards Mental Health Trust land now?
The design is still the same as it was prior to the failure of the bond.
What if the school district doesn't do their part?
The school district has informed us they plan to do their part, and we're executing it accordingly.
Okay, so it fallback, could we borrow more money from the Clean Water Fund to supplement their construction delay?
That liability is not the utility's liability, that's the school district's liability.
But if they don't connect that section, you can't connect.
That section will not be built on utility funds, it is the school district's liability.
Okay, I'm just saying education first is all I'm getting at, and I don't want to borrow the money from our side if we're not going to be able to use it.
No, that's not our liability, our responsibility, so there's no reason for the utility to go forward with that construction activity.
But we're still going forward with the intertie portion of it up to their obligation.
That is our liability, we will be doing it.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Primo. Any further comments on this item? Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes unanimously. Item 13L, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage accepting 3 State of Alaska Clean Water Fund loan agreements in the aggregate amount of $3,225,000
Waive reading
to finance a portion of the cost of the SCADA. All right. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. Wish of the body is?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing and hearing no discussion, any objection to passage of this item? Seeing and hearing no objection, this item passes unanimously. We're giving that water utility a lot of money tonight. Glad you're here, Mr. Primo. Okay, item 13M, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, AR 2009-40, a resolution of the MOA appropriating a $3,037,350 contribution of BP 2009 tax revenues. What is BP? Okay. All right. This item is open for public hearing. Anyone present wishing to be heard on this item, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed.
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion? Seeing and hearing no one, is there any objection to passage of this item?
Can I have a point of clarification on
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
The mill rate that's referenced in here is 1.0. Is that, and I guess Wanda left, but I'm concerned that the mill rate alignment in the budget that we're proposing on the 28th is different, and I want to know the difference. It seems like it's fully funded in the 1.0 in this action, and it's 1.9 in the proposal for the 28th.
Good
and
question.
I apologize to do it, but I don't want to overtax it at this point.
Who is present that can give us an answer to this question?
I think Alan
Mr.
can
Abbott?
answer it.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I believe what happened is the intention of the board was to approve to reduce the mill levy rate based on using a portion of fund balance. That's what I remember from the meeting.
Yeah, and I didn't see the documents until I got here tonight from the other side of the administration tendering the proposed mill rate. So, I suppose there's a way to correct it on the 28th, but this action sort of sets them up that they're going to.
Yeah, and I believe these documents were actually put into place quite some time ago. That's probably why there's a difference we may have to amend at that time.
Through the administration, Mr. Abbott, is it time critical that this one get done tonight? I know we postponed it once already. Are they starting to run out of money?
It's my understanding that we delayed it once, and they could carry over, they could get through the last 2 or 3 weeks, but they need it tonight. Is that correct, Alan?
Yes, what this does is allows them to get set up for their capital programs, which will start basically in a couple weeks.
I don't want to prove it if it's wrong. That's my only point, and I wonder if it is. So.
I can't answer that. That's a OMB question, I believe, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander, do you have a question for Mr. Tchaikovsky?
My understanding was wrong then. I thought that this was independent of setting the mill levy for next year. So I thought that
It's from
it
their
was
capital
okay to go ahead
program.
and do this.
One moment.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead, Mr. Pop.
Does this set a mill rate, or is it just recognize that it's authorized?
It's just authorizing the movement of the funds, the way I understand it.
It says that the maintenance and operations is authorized 1 mil. It doesn't say that this
Correct.
will be 1 mil.
This
You
does not
can't go
set-
over 1
this,
mil.
This does not set the rate, no,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, but my point is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the capital request isn't 1 mil for the upcoming mill rate setting. So if you transfer this amount of money, it's essentially misleading, because I believe they're at 0.90 for the requested mill rate on the capital. That's what I'm getting at.
Bill, I think this is like saying
I had the floor.
that the statute authorizes 1 mil.
I thought I had the floor, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Ms. Osiander.
If you read the resolves, Bill, I was attended that road board meeting. I'm aware that they don't want to go all the way to the cap, but all this is doing, I thought, was appropriating this 3 mil to their capital.
That's the way I understand it.
Yeah, and as such, it should be, I would assume, okay. But Mr. Starr explained to me, I'm sorry, I'm
Well, I
trying to
can't
follow
find
you.
my sheet on the proposed mill rate set for that specific category item for some
I
reason.
absolutely concur they didn't want to go all the way to the cap.
Okay, well, we can always fix it come May 28th, or April 28th, perhaps. It's okay, maybe it's a non-issue.
Yeah, I believe I understand the same way that Mr. Coffey does, that allows them to, even in the document it states on October 1st, 1991, voters approved the capital improvement mill levy of 1. That's what this document says. I don't think it locks in that number.
Well, we're going to transfer the money, though, so they're going to get the $3 million something in their account as soon as we do this. So I guess I don't want to give them more than they thought, because
I understand. That's all been taken into consideration as the documents were prepared, and through the board agreed that this was the capital funds they wanted to use this construction year.
yeah.
Okay, Ms. Osiander? Done? Okay. Mr. Abbott, log in here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman. I think the third whereas, I think, speaks to this pretty directly. At no time shall the transfers from Fund 119, which is the source of the money, to the capital program, Fund 419, exceed the pro rata share of the collected mill levy associated with the capital program. So I think that puts in place the safety that Mr. Starr is looking for.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey?
No.
No.
Mr. Abbott
Okay.
said what I was going to say.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good. Any further comments on this item? Seeing no comments, any objection to passage of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chakowski. Okay, item 13N, a resolution appropriating a $1,100,000 contribution from the Maintenance and Operations Department Area-Wide Service Area Fund 101, approved in the BP 2009
Waive
General
reading.
Government Operating Budget. This is AR 2009-52. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Yes, I received communications from the department relative to this because I was concerned about the elevator costs on the third page here. It was $300,000. That is a protection amount because they're concerned about finding contaminated soil in the elevator shaft and some other things, and what they're anticipating as an expenditure by competitive bid would be $100,000 if they don't run into anything strange and unusual. That satisfies my concerns about this level of upgrade. I would only note this: the John Thomas building might not be worth $300,000 altogether. And, you know, it's one of those deals, guys. We need to fix it. We've got seniors in there. We probably have to do this. But, boy, I sure hate pouring money down a building that's useful life is finished. I wish there was some alternative. It was donated to us. We should have said no. Thank you. Done.
Ask him next time. Okay, any further comments on this item? All right, any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing no objection, this item passes, and that elevator will be fixed, I hope. Okay, next item, 13O. Oh, we did that one? Okay. Oh, you're right, we did. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Just a second. Okay. 14A. Oh, very good. Okay. 13B, Anchorage, AO 2009-32.
14B.
14B. Wait a minute.
You got the right number.
I'm sorry.
No, you got the right number.
Oh, good. Okay, great. All right, sorry. Okay, item 14B, AO 2009-32, an ordinance approving Anchorage wastewater utility, proposed tariff rules including the addition of monthly meter charges for wastewater-only customers. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this item? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Mr. Primo, does this apply to residential as well as commercial customers?
Get back to you.
Not yet. Okay. I'm all the way up.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, metered customers are fourplex and up only, and commercial. Single family are not metered. Duplexes and triplexes, it's the option of the customer. So it applied to all those applicable with meters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Primo. Any further questions for Mr. Primo? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Primo, for coming and being here. Told you we were going to spend a lot of money with this guy today. Any objection to the passage of this item? Okay, seeing no objection, that item passes unanimously. Okay, item 14C, AO 2009-42, an ordinance authorizing sale of tax foreclosed property described as Lot 32, remnant something something. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Public hearing, seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. Okay, it's moved. Need a second? Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Okay, no discussion. Seeing no discussion, any objection to the passage of this item? Okay, seeing no objection, this item passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 14D. Okay. Okay, 14D. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. It's hard to. Okay. 14E, AO 2009-38, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning from R5 Rural Residential District to B3SL General Business District with special limitations for Beacon Park Subdivision Block 1, lots 1, 2, 3, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Containing approximately 1.4 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Huffman Road and Brandon Street. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward, sir. Tell us who you are. And
Good evening. My name is David Thompson. I'm with S.E. Granger Development Group. We are the applicants and the developers for the project. I'm here tonight simply to answer any questions you may have about the project.
Okay, thank you, sir, for being here. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing and hearing no questions. Anyone, let me back up here a second. The public hearing on this item is still open. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Please come forward. See, it's this stuff.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Strow. I'm the Lot 8, which didn't sell out. So I just figured I needed to make some comment. My main concern is traffic. And they have been making very good comments or listening to my concerns, but I do want to make sure that the drive between Brandon and Hayes does not become a drag strip, and because they already cut through parking lots behind the strip mall, which is just a dirt path, and that's my main concern. I think the traffic is going to really pick up in that area. And anyway.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
As I understand it from looking at the site, that there'll be landscaping on the Haight Street side, which should help, and the parking is predominantly to the west and north. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes. There's supposed to be landscaping around my property.
Yeah, and so the concern is that the kids are going through the parking lot?
They'll be going through the parking lot. It won't just be the kids. It'll be traffic will just cut between Brandon and Hayes because Hayes is cut off.
Yeah.
So there'll be people using that as a main road.
But we.
Speed bumps is the main concern, I guess. Maybe if there's speed bumps or some way to control traffic from just using that as a.
Because there'll be a curb or. Hayes, is it Hayes? Is that how
Hayes, I believe.
So what you're saying is from the parking lot at the Walgreens, they'll be able to get onto that street.
They'll be able to cut between Brandon and Hayes Street.
Yeah, which they can't do now, if I understand the map.
Right, because right now there's houses. It's residential right now.
Yeah, all the way through. Yeah, I see. And as I look a lot of the way down the map, there appears to be, it's not a street, it's pretty skinny, about quite a few lots down. Where's the next cross street? Is it all the way down at Hunch?
I'm not even sure what road that is, all the way down.
At Krug or whatever it is?
Looks like Krug, K-R-U-G-E.
You don't know? Okay.
Yeah.
I do not know.
All right. Well, then I'll ask the petitioner when we're done here and questions on the deliberations. Thank you, ma'am. I understand your concern.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions for this lady? Thank you, ma'am, for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this public hearing item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no, and the public hearing on this item is now closed. It's the wish of the body.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Nelson, and it was that we've got kind of two similar things in the packet tonight. One, we have a rezone on Muldoon from residential to commercial, and this one is from residential to commercial, and there's kind of an inconsistency in terms of the recommendations on the staff. I'm going to support this, but I'm just kind of wondering if you could clarify for me why this project. I mean, it's just I don't understand the rationale from one project to another. Could you address that?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Selkirk. The staff recognizes that there are some differences. First of all, the existing zoning here is R5, which is basically a low-density zoning that was put in place several decades ago. This area in our Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan is designated as a town center development, higher density development. If you look at, so that's one difference, because over in Muldoon, in the circumstance there, the current zoning on the property is R3, which is already for a fairly higher density. A second difference between the two is that this is a much smaller area, and it's already surrounded on three sides by existing commercial zoning and commercial development, whereas the property in Muldoon is not surrounded with, immediately surrounded with commercial development. There's a large mobile home park on the on the north side. On the east side has multifamily housing. On the south side, there's some vacant land, and it's a mix of uses. So there are some differences regarding the surrounding area. When we looked at the policies, we also recognize that this area is clearly within a town center area, and the intent is to develop it with small-scale neighborhood serving commercial. In this particular development proposal, with proper design, which we've been working on with the petitioner, we believe will fit the intent for that area.
And is there any way that you've been able to address the concern about the cross traffic that was just addressed by the homeowner adjacent to the property?
This is the first time that I've become aware of it, but I believe that there are ways that it can be mitigated to really minimize it, and speed bumps is certainly one. I don't believe it's real straight. There is basically a queuing area back there for drive-up window that's also on the south side of the building. But we will work with the petitioner and address that. There is going to be a site plan review before the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's certainly one of the issues we'll make sure gets addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Nelson, I was going to do the amendment now that you requested, so if you could pass those out.
And I have a question.
If I could also speak to one other minor amendment that.
Okay. This is on Section 2, special limitations. The Planning Department has an amendment they'd like to propose that they have discussed with the petitioner on the building windows section. I'm going to wait till you all have it. It's to add a sentence under the windows section that basically says there shall be at least one full bay of transparent windows on the north and west elevations with windowsill heights that begin no higher than 3 feet above grade. That's the amendment.
Second.
And I'm going to let Mr. Nelson speak to it. I understand.
Thank you. The reason for this added amendment is so that the windows that are actually placed in here are consistent with the window fenestration that you see in just about all the businesses in that area. Rather than having the windows at a much higher elevation, these are actually at pedestrian scale and makes the actual attractiveness of them much more effective. I might add, and I apologize, that there's one other minor addition that I'd like to suggest to that same 3I, and that is that on the second line where it's referencing on the north frontage, it should be the north and west frontages. And Mr. Thompson put out basically a schematic illustration in front here that basically gives you a sense of what the building is going to look like. And
Mr. Nelson, into the microphone, please.
The actual window fenestration is based on the placement of the building. The window fenestration is actually both on the north and the west side. There's a corner entrance at the northwest corner of the building.
And west. Question?
No, it's in the addition right here. See, north and west. It's right there.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, Mr. Coffey?
Mr. Nelson, could you look at where we've stuck it in and make sure we got it in the right place? Line 2 of little 3, is that where it goes?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then I have another question. Is this subject to what we call this building to the big box ordinance?
No.
Because?
It's only about 14.
Okay, it's under 20,000 square feet.
That's correct.
Thank you. I was wondering why we had all this design stuff if it was, and now I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, there's a photograph of an existing Walgreens store from somewhere else on page 55 of the Planning and Zoning document, if you want to see what these look like. It's not a big box. It's not a big box. It's a small box.
Yeah, but
they're
you can't
consistent.
tell from looking at the
But they're
picture.
consistent. All right. Any Mr. Starr? Sorry.
No, I mean, the window recommendations is staff's recommendation. I mean, it seems like you got all kinds of other concerns about, bicycles smashing the windows. The wall height seems kind of a funny suggestion to a retailer that, is going to put product against their storefront and all the other things. So I guess I'm wondering why we're being that prescriptive at our level.
Actually, it's very consistent with the window fenestrations on store heights and just about all the businesses that are we have photographs. I could show you the photographs.
Well, no doubt. The Safeway across the street's 25 years old, so it's kind of,
Well, we're down the Huffman Business Park and in the surrounding area, there are fairly new developments down there, and they are consistently between 2 and 4 feet elevation, and they actually work quite well. There's not a problem with window breakage.
And the petitioner's okay with the specifications?
As they've been proposed, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any further comments on this item? Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for explaining to us.
The amendment?
Oh, okay. The amendment is on the floor.
With the understanding that the words "and west" are in the second line of that same amendment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Wait, is it different than two items? And west is here.
Right here.
Just the one, just added the west.
North and west.
Wasn't there 2 items, Mr. Nelson?
I'm sorry?
Were there 2 items?
Do you have a comment?
It's the underlined language in bold is the first, and then the second one is just adding the words "and west" to north and west frontages on the second line.
Okay. Thank you. Any objection to the acceptance of this amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is incorporated. Any further discussion on this ordinance?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
You heard the ladies' concern relative to cut-through traffic and so on, and any problem dealing with that in the site plan review when you go there?
We can certainly address it with site plan review. I mean, obviously, speed bumps come to mind. I know there's some conflict with snow removal versus speed bumps. Yeah. And if there's some other options for speed control, I'm sure Walgreens would be looking at it because they don't want to create any type of throughway hazard. Back in that area effectively is a queuing lane for a drive-through and a drive aisle, 24-foot drive aisle to additional parking in the south. And we're open to any suggestions that would help accommodate traffic calming in that area.
Interior landscaping, Tom, might?
There'll be interior landscaping. There's also perimeter landscaping as well.
Well,
but
interior can be used to slow people down, too, so
sure.
Even if you get the traffic, it's not moving fast then. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Selkirk, question?
I assume there's going to be some buffering between the residential uses and that'll be in perimeter landscape.
There will be extensive.
You've got a picture? It's always worth 1,000 words.
Not unfortunately, I didn't bring the landscaping plan, but effectively, we've already determined the full 15-foot transition landscaping buffer.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for you, sir. Any further questions from the body? Okay. Will there be a speaker at the drive-up window that the residential folks next surrounding will have to listen to?
Typically, there is a speaker system. They have noise control equipment to reduce that volume amount. They've got directional controls that they've employed to help avoid the large volume drive-through noise that's more, associated with food and restaurants. Yeah. The thing is about the drive-through to keep in mind is that it's considered a perceived convenience, and it's not the typical queue you see at a restaurant drive-through. On average, you see 4 cars, typically queued up at any one time at that drive-through at the most. And it's not used in anywhere near the volumes you would see at a fast food.
Right. So it's not going to create a traffic jam like the Taco Bell on Northern Lights when they back up through the parking lot out onto Northern Lights.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Any further questions? Okay. Any objection to the passage of this item?
As amended.
As amended. Seeing no objections, this item passes. Thank you very much. Item 14F, AO 2009-35, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 23.10, governing building permits, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 23.15.h. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Madam Chair, there's an S version as well. And then secondly, as I noted in my questions and comments to the body from Monday, I've spoke with Ron Thompson and Jack Frost out at Development Services. They pointed out some things that need some further work. I've discussed them with Ms. Tucker there and Ms. Selcraig here tonight, and they're going to, all of us are going to get together and do some work on this thing, so make sure we've covered all aspects and all concerns. The intent will not change, but it will be a better ordinance. So I would move to postpone consideration of this to June 9th, which is the meeting of June 9th, for those purposes. If I can have a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any objection to moving this item to June 9th? Okay, seeing no objection, that item will be heard on. We don't need to continue the public hearing?
No.
Well,
we didn't have anybody here tonight.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's an internal to us rather than
All right.
public.
That item is that item. We will take action on this item on June 9th. Item 14G, AO 2009-36, an ordinance amending Anchorage Code Section 2.3.080, governing assembly procedural matters not covered by municipal code. This item is now open for public hearing. Don't all come forward at the same time. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing no, and the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
We've got this situation. We have codified a lot of our procedures. We have many that are not codified. When we are not codified, we are directed to Robert's Rules of Order. What I wanted to do was only defer to Roberts if we couldn't agree among ourselves what should be done procedurally. And so what I said, as by motion and approved by the majority, this is line 24, will determine the procedure to be followed by the Assembly. And then if we cannot make such a determination, then we go to Robert's Rules. So if something comes up that's not in our code, we decide that evening. If it's problematic, we go to Roberts. If it's not problematic, we move on that night. And so I thought it would save us from some of the things we've seen in the last 6 months that might have been better resolved faster. So that's the reason I brought this forward with Ms. Tucker's help and suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez and then Mr. Klayman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't support this, and I will be voting no. Without digging in too deeply, Robert's Rules of Order were designed to support that fundamental foundation block of our system of government, which is the rule of the majority, with protection of the rights of the minority. And what I see this measure as doing is saying, well, the majority can do whatever they want. You get 6 votes, you win, no matter what. Robert's Rules sets higher standards in certain situations and makes things more difficult for us. And I understand that that's frustrating for folks. It's frustrating for me, too. But there is a reason that we have those things that, sometimes we use the term gridlock in a very derogatory fashion. Our founding fathers didn't think gridlock was a bad thing. They set up our system designed to create gridlock. That's what they wanted. They wanted things to have to move slowly. They didn't want the majority to be able to simply snap their fingers and get what they want. I know this is going to pass tonight because it makes things easier for us, and we like things that are easier for us. We don't like when people say, no, you can't do whatever you want. It's human nature. So this is probably going to pass. I would hope, and I would urge the mayor, if this does pass this evening, to veto this. And if you were to veto this, I would certainly support that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Klayman.
I wanted to speak to this because Robert's Rules, of course, although people often think, well, Robert's Rules was written sometime in the 1500s and has barely been changed except for the typeface. But in fact, Robert's Rules has for centuries been a dynamic set of rules that has changed to address changing circumstances and how democratic institutions operate. And one of the key parts of Robert's Rules is a number of instances in which they have created protection of the minority where there's a requirement for a supermajority in this body, requiring 8 votes on some things that one might say are merely matters of procedure, but sometimes those matters of procedure can be very important to preserving institutions that work well over the long haul. And while I can see if there are specific parts of Robert's Rules that don't work for this body, that it makes sense to specifically drop those and come in with a replacement when we can identify a specific need. I think kind of a wholesale throwing out Robert's Rules is a little bit like the analogy throwing out the baby with the bathwater. And so I would urge a no vote on this. I think that if there are some specific issues that the Assembly has had problems with, where Robert's Rules has created problems, I think that should be debated on a case-by-case basis. But I would strongly urge against this approach that as a wholesale matter dispenses with Robert's Rules. And that's all I have unless there are questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Dr. Selcraig.
It seems to me that we, as a body, can establish a variety of standards, and we do it all the time in terms of what's the appropriate way to go about making decisions, setting up our committees. And I actually think this is a perfectly appropriate tool. I don't imagine that we're going to be abusive with it or not respectful with it. It's just a way of actually giving us the flexibility to do the things that we want to do as a body. And I think that there have been times where we were shocked at Robert Rules of Order in terms of what it required from this body to do in terms of acting. And the example is when we were faced with a kind of historical history of being able to select a new chairman based on 6 votes, when we fell into that whole circle of Robert Rules of Order that actually led to Matt sitting there. So it was a pretty complicated situation that wasn't really consistent with the history of the body. And had this been in place, we could have acted in a way that was more compatible with the history of this body.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is one of those deja vu all over again moments. It's kind of exciting. My read of Alaska's legislative history, and that includes other legislative bodies within the state of Alaska besides ours, is the judiciary doesn't tell us how to conduct our business. They tell us to tell us ourselves how to conduct our business. And so, frankly, I consider this to be an unnecessary step. That said, I'm also mindful of the comments of some of my colleagues. I wonder if the sponsor might consider an amendment on line 24 where it would read, by motion and as approved by 8 members of the Assembly shall determine the procedure to be followed by the Assembly. All right. Then I won't make a motion.
I mean, I don't mind a discussion around it, Patrick, but there's nothing in Roberts that says more than 8, so we might as well just be there. Here's the problem. I understand in larger bodies and with less collegiality and all of that, how you might need to protect the minority when you don't sit next to them, have dinner with them, and look them in the eye every night. I don't recall ever having seen when something is of consequence that the concerns of other assemblymen are not considered. They may not be acquiesced in, but they are considered. And I was just simply trying to deal with what is otherwise problematic for us in this manner. The other way to do it is go through our code and write pages of, in this situation, in that situation, in another situation, we do this, 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 and this. If people don't like this way of doing it, then let's vote this down, and we'll start making, if people think it's appropriate, start making the changes one process and one procedure at a time. That's all I was trying to do here. I'm not trying to be a tyrant to the minority. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, come July 1, I probably will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez, I'm sorry, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey, first I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward, because I personally really like to do our business better and with more ease and a whole lot of less confusion, especially when we have the public watching our behavior and what we're doing. But I also have an issue, like I've expressed before, of this body changing the rules to suit personal purposes. And in my opinion, this is exactly how I see this. At this point in time, I would really rather not necessarily take your suggestion on changing the code, but I'd rather vote this down and do a little more research on how other governments deal with this type of situation. And I would venture to say that this isn't the way it occurs. I could be wrong, but we shall see. I really encourage my colleagues to vote this down. I don't think this is the way to deal with this situation at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Any further comments on this item? Okay, there is no amendment, right? Mr. Flynn, you did not make an amendment to change it to 8 members. All right, this item is before us. What's the wish of the body? Okay, vote. Let's see. Let's vote.
Mr. Flynn, Ms. Johnston? Together?
Yeah, was there a second? Okay. He just checked in. That item passes 6-4. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, 14H, AR 2009-73, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, of the Municipality of Anchorage, appropriating $21,602 to the area-wide general CIP Fund 401, $17,278 to the Anchorage Fire Service area. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay. All right. Any comment, any discussion on this item?
Who moved it?
I have Debbie and Dan. Am I on the right one? 14H? Debbie moved, Dan seconded. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, any objection to unanimous passage of this item? Okay, that item passes. Thank you. Okay. Item 14I. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $270,000 from the Federal Seized and Forfeited Monies Police Investigation Fund. This is AR 2009-50. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay, any objection to any discussion?
I have a question for the Chief.
Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Hey, the $75,000 for operating expenses, how is that different than maintenance and equipment? Or I think you have $75,000 for operating supplies. What are those?
The operating supplies that we're using, you talk, let me find that, Mr. Starr, real quick.
It's on the second page, line 33 of the AM.
Operating supplies in this case also includes things like informant management, things that we do within the scope of drug interdiction.
So is it stuff or is it process? What?
That would be process.
Okay, because I see the overtime labors and benefits as accordingly, but I was unclear as to what the operating.
There's things we bank and track regarding the operations, particularly in dealing with collaborative drug investigations.
Okay, and so generally this money goes back into sort of drug interdiction
Yes, sir.
activities. It's focused on that. Are you required to do that, or do you just do it?
We have very stringent guidelines regarding it. Is we have to just be careful not to supplant things that would normally come up in a regular budget, for example.
Yeah.
We can use it for training, obviously for overtime things that are articulated on there.
I didn't get into your budget all the way into this category, but how much money do we fund into drug interdiction programs as well? And are you really dependent on this kind of money?
Yes, we are, absolutely.
What's the overall budget?
It's about,
do you know?
right, well, in 2007, we had, I think we got about $106,000 left out of that. That's programmed to be distributed and carried over. So,
Are we keeping up with the drug problem and, meth,
I would,
heroin and all that?
we're doing our darndest, Mr. Starr, but if somebody can articulate the scope of the drug program, I'd be very interested in that intelligence.
No, not my job today, but thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
No.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, any further discussion on this item? Seeing no further discussion, any objection to the passage of this item? If no objection, this item passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 14J, AR 2009-74, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $311,585 from the State of Alaska Division of Homeland Security. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody present wishing to be heard? Anybody at all? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Approved.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, no discussion. Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing and hearing no objection, this item passes unanimously. Thank you. 14K, we're almost there. Okay. AO 2009-75, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $135,195
Waive reading.
from the U.S. EPA. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. It's the wish of the body. Where are we? Okay, who's moved? It's not blank. There we go. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and, okay, Jennifer moved, Debbie seconded. Okay, any discussion on this item?
I have a few questions about the use
Go ahead,
of the
Mr.
money.
Starr.
We fund, is this Steve Morris's group and all of that? Is this where this money goes?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, yes, it is.
How about as it relates to the IM program and the functions that program does? Do we take money and put it into the
The 320 through the Starr,
inspection maintenance?
through the chair, Mr. Starr, the $323,000 that you see there is money that we collect from IM revenues that we use according with our agreements with EPA to fund their quality.
Okay. And in the allocation of that, you have something called gasoline issues. What are gasoline issues?
Through the Starr, through the chair, Mr. Starr, Slate.
Yeah.
I believe that has to do with our work on benzene.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I thought we had a $300,000 study going on for benzene. Is that, I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm just saying.
No, I can't, through the chair, Mr. Starr, I can't answer definitively, but it seemed to me that when I talked to Steve that this supported those efforts as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Ms. Engel. Any further discussion on this item? Ms. Johnson? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, any objection to the passage of this item? Okay, seeing and hearing no objection, this item passes unanimously. We are at the end of public hearings. Special orders. Item 15A, the veto of the school district budget. Ordinance AO 2009-17S, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2009-2010, and determining and appropriating the portion of the Assembly-approved budget amount to be made available from local sources. Amended and approved March 24, 2009, vetoed March 30, 2009. This item is before us. What's the wish of the body?
Is it appropriate just to move to postpone indefinitely? Is that an appropriate motion on this?
No, just don't pick it up.
Or just ignore it?
Just don't take it up? No motion?
Okay. No motion.
Okay. All right. If there's no motion, this motion dies. Okay. We are at the end of our agenda. Audience participation is still on the agenda. It is not yet 11 o'clock. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on non-agenda items? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward. I wondered why you were sitting so patiently putting up with with us. Thank you.
Wearied but still nervous, Madam Chair. My name is E. Frances Cedar, and I stand before you representing 4 generations of Anchorage residents. I live on a tiny street called Wright Street. Ms. Gray Jackson, you've probably heard of it. The city, unfortunately, is planning to open the end of my little cul-de-sac neighborhood to the new 40th Avenue extension. And I don't have any shiny engineering reports to offer you, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing I have to offer you is observations since 1952 in my neighborhood. We have stood as an informal neighborhood watch, arms akimbo, against so many issues with crime. And we are really succeeding at managing crime, and we are not overburdening APD. We have a homeless shelter at the end of my street, and we are very sensitive and we feel very badly for our less fortunate, but at the same time, our children have been abducted by homeless vagrants. We have had vagrant registered sex offenders in our neighborhood who have had to have been removed. We have had to clean up soiled IV drug needles, just to name a few things. We've worked very hard to reduce all of these issues. We also have a tiny preschool in the neighborhood. My daughter and the other children play out on the street. They play ball, baseball, and ride bicycles as children have done for more than 50 years, as I did, ladies and gentlemen, in this neighborhood. And it's a wonderful place. It really is. It used to be Mr. Harold Pomeroy who would come and address you, and his wife Roxy. You might know Harold Pomeroy's name. He was the first mayor of Kenai, and he was a wonderful human being, as was his wife Roxy, and they're no longer with us. But they always made sure that the end of Wright Street stayed closed because of crime and because increased traffic would have threatened our children. This remains an issue of concern for us. The city is planning to connect my road with the $17 million project PM&E 06011 to 40th Avenue. This represents not only an issue for my neighborhood, but also a public health issue, and I want to bring this to your attention publicly. That's why I have waited through 2 assembly meetings now to get this opportunity. There is a very high rate of tuberculosis, which is extremely contagious among the homeless. Opening a direct route onto the Providence, Alaska Medical Center campus, where they are planning also to build their new child care center, right by the opening proposed for Wright Street, will place not only those children at risk, but it will place our healthcare workers and our community through contagious contact. In a hospital,
Mrs. Cedar, you need to wrap it up, but we do have questions for you that will allow you to express the rest.
In
of
a hospital setting, it requires a negative pressurized room and a special air filtering mask when a patient has tuberculosis, active tuberculosis, and the loitering that is going to occur from opening this road represents a serious health risk to our community, and I'm asking you, please consider this.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cedar, for coming. We have several questions for you. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for coming out and waiting to the very end to speak. I don't know if you know this or not, but I have a meeting that's scheduled next week.
We have. Thank you.
And there's going to be quite a few people from the administration there, and hopefully we can come to some conclusion. But I'm glad you took the opportunity to come and talk to all of us as a body. Do you know what time it is and where it is?
I
do. You have that information?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely, and we deeply appreciate that. The one thing that I wanted to offer you is I wish we could return to Harold Pomeroy and the other politicians' solution for my neighborhood, which was a gated, coded gate at the end of the neighborhood that allowed police and fire access and allowed local residences to access and go through the fence, but it maintained an area of safety so that the other issues didn't flood onto the medical campus and essentially flood my neighborhood. Also, the traffic is proposed to be 5 times the current rate, which will mean that many of the children who are from rural Alaska and the disabled children, my daughter has high-functioning autism, they will no longer be allowed to play ball and ride their bikes on my road. It will just be entirely too dangerous. So we're talking about a tremendous change of lifestyle for us. And it's not needed. I've consulted some independent engineers, and it's all in the guise of traffic calming. But the phrase that I wrote was, let's not misguidedly sacrifice neighborhood safety and public health for supposed traffic calming. We can get together and make better decisions, ladies and gentlemen. We really can. I know this is possible.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
Has the community council, you're part of the University Area Community Council?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they weighed in on this?
Yes, they have, and consistently since 2003, opening Wright Street has been opposed, but it appears to have fallen on deaf ears.
I have real sympathy for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Because you guys are experiencing a lot of cross traffic between the university, the hospital, Tudor. So anyhow, I'd be interested in when that meeting is and when is it planned for, Ms. Jackson?
Through the chair, when is the meeting? I don't have my calendar in front of me. Do you have that information?
I believe it's the 24th from 9 to 10.
Okay. And I'll confirm that with you.
Yeah, I'd be glad
Dr.
to give you a hand, and
Great.
if we
Thank
both
you.
show up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Cedar. I'm looking at Google Maps. Is this north of Kimberly Court?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I see exactly where it is. So they wanted, I know Piper Street was cut through some time ago, and they want to do the same thing to Wright Street, essentially.
Right. And unfortunately, there have been times when it's been opened, and honestly, the crime was just unmanageable. I watched my neighbor's children. I watched a homeless man, unfortunately, jump into their idling car and abduct their children. And the only way these children were saved was the gentleman jumped in his other car and sped down the road onto Lake Otis and managed to get in front of the car. But that's just one instance.
Dosiandra, I have a question for you. Do you remember the discussion on cul-de-sacs a couple of weeks ago in Title 21? Yeah, I think this is something important. I mean, there needs to be a balance. Mr. Coffey, question on this issue.
My question relates to the rescue mission and what I consider to be an attractive nuisance in your neighborhood, which is where a lot of those folks are taken care of so they can then move throughout the neighborhoods north and south of Tudor. Is that, that's ongoing now from what I hear you say.
It is, but because of our neighborhood watch, which is, again, informal, we have a phone tree that we use, and residents will actually step out of their homes and we'll ask people to leave. We do everything we can not to call APD an overburden. We really, really do. And we've been very successful.
When you ask them to leave, or?
Most of the time it does, Mr. Coffey, but there certainly are instances where we do have to contact APD.
If we didn't have that facility in that neighborhood, what do you think would happen? You think
we're still looking at 5 times the number of cars, and then also...
Is that what the traffic impact says, that there'd be 5 times the number of vehicles?
That's what I've calculated. I'm not an engineer, sir.
Well, I just wondered if the city had done. I understand we're, with 40th being built and so on, that it's going to change, no question of that. But the question is I hadn't heard the order of magnitude of traffic increasing 5-fold, but I'm very much aware of the public inebriate homeless. Well, it's not homeless so much, it's the public inebriates. There's a lot of alcohol and drug abuse associated with that.
Well, and historically there have been, the cell phones again, excuse me. Historically there have been people who have unfortunately escaped from Alaska Psychiatric Institute. And ironically, the road is named after Dr. Wright, the first psychiatrist of Anchorage.
Yeah.
And I think she was instrumental in also keeping the fence there. And I've talked with the O'Malleys, and they're supporting keeping the road closed, especially since it's named after their mother. It's sort of a sentimental issue.
Where does the cul-de-sac end relative to 40th? Is it 41st?
It abuts.
It's 41st?
No, actually, the cul-de-sac will end right where 40th is. So it literally
Goes up to that right
abuts.
away.
Yes, and what we would like to see is either the fence remain completely closed across 40th and Folker, because the Horizon House is there, and certainly we don't want to see the issues that are challenging to our neighborhood become difficult for Horizon House. The elderly are there. But one of the things we've discussed is the gate that Harold Pomeroy and his wife instituted, and it was wonderful. It worked perfectly. And it was cheap. It wasn't $17 million.
What's the consultant, I think, is it Dow?
Dow Engineers.
And what do they say about the necessity for right to be open to 40th? Because I'm not sure, I never did quite understand that. What's their justification?
I believe it's simply traffic calming, and I've heard myriad things. I've heard, unfortunately, that Providence Hospital was at the heart of that, and I'd like to say publicly I know that that is not correct. I have heard fire and police were demanding that it be opened, and I'm not convinced that that is correct. I know that the proposed I believe it's a turnaround. I'm not sure what the technical term is really quite expensive, probably around $1 million.
If it remained closed, would that answer most of the problems?
Yes, sir. We can continue to do our neighborhood watch and keep our children safe. My daughter with autism can continue to ride her bike and socialize with the children in the neighborhood safely. We can also protect, in effect, in our tiny way, Providence Hospital and our community from the health risk by not opening a direct route onto the medical campus. And we can keep our law enforcement officers from being contacted increasingly by people with tuberculosis. If we don't have to call our officers, they don't have to be exposed to active tuberculosis.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Ms. Hosiander, go ahead.
Ms. Gray Jackson, could you report back to us about this community meeting and give us any recommendations that you might glean out of that?
Through the chair, yes, I will, Ms.
you.
Hosiander.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate your patience, especially through several meetings. Very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Also, I forgot to tell you, I have petitions from the parents who have their children in the child care, and I also have additional petitions from healthcare workers who are deeply concerned. We've also had 100%, nearly 100% of residents in the area sign petitions opposing this opening.
I would bring that to the meeting with Ms. Gray, that Ms. Gray Jackson has arranged and work through that process. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again. All right. Anything further? Okay. Thank you very much.